Welcome to today's session of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, where we are continuing to record what we can of Maker 1 before the servers go down in April. Not long now, about 2 months to go, just slightly over that. And we're going to have our third day of featuring levels by DonkeyMint. Welcome, Nintentium. Now, this is getting pretty deep into 2019 at this point. In fact, just slightly before the announcement of Maker 2 in mid-February 2019, I actually looked it up earlier. I believe it was the 13th of February when it was announced, but I think at this point there was a bit of expectation that something was coming. We only have a few levels left in this set, so we'll see how we do with them today and whether there is enough time afterwards for an additional Maker, but as usual, we'll take our time, we'll do optional objectives, be as completionist as we can, as we've been doing so far. And we're going to start things off with a look at Thunderous Totems. That is quite a totem. Many totem poles to behold, in fact. So we'll see exactly how the thwomps are going to play into this as we load it up. And we'll just have to watch our way up the clouds and... oh, I see. Okay. We did have a bit of fair warning with the rumble from up above there, but I guess we could have noticed that was coming once the screen shake was underway. And yeah, as usual, the thwomps are going to cut straight through the clouds. I guess we should be falling down here to outpace the thwomp. We'll do a bit of a smaller jump there, obviously. Yeah, we can kind of see when we're within the activation range. And then we'll fall in like this, it'll be a little more efficient. And we'll try to sneak in over here. And pretty much whenever we see clouds, we should be aware that thwomps are coming. I did see a flying cloud to the top left in that last segment. We'll try to keep our heads nice and low. Whoops, not that low. Or we will actually find ourselves SD locked. Okay. Yeah, you can't really hear the thwomps coming down that much. Like you know, you can have the screen shake here, giving you plenty of information, but obviously with all of the other effects going on. Yeah, okay. That was how I expected it to go. And then we'll just go down one layer at a time, I think. I don't think it's terribly time sensitive, apart from the small thwomp up above steadily making its way down and then applying a bit of additional time pressure, so we'll just be a little more careful coming off of that donut block. Okay, so, yeah. Thwomps just work their way down, heal away at the clouds underneath. I'm actually not even sure if this works in quite the same way in Maker 2, just because of the restrictions on overlapping with ground in general, which includes cloud tiles. But we haven't really seen enough of the layout to really comment on that more specifically. Even with these placements, like with these spike tops on the top of the clouds early, and the big thwomp in this segment overlaying all the other clouds that are hit up above by the small thwomps. I say this every single stream, but we actually do need to check some things in the Maker 2 editor afterwards to see if they work in quite the same way. Bonafide Pirate, welcome. And yeah, like I was just saying, I kind of think a lot of these placements are disallowed in the Maker 2 editor. But we'll see. We've been saying that a lot. Often I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. We'll just have to try it out after the fact. Because in general, a lot of the engine changes from 1 to 2 were much more dramatic than people realized or ever thought to expect. Okay, that went smoothly. This part here, every time we see more clouds, of course, we know that more swamps are coming. And this one, we'll race it down, and we'll have to sneak out of it somehow. Whoa. Yeah, that wasn't going anywhere. Bonafide Pirate, no worries about subbing and running out the other day. And doubly no worries about falling asleep, be it on or off the stream. My offline schedule has picked up substantially starting in February, so I'm actually kind of a little concerned at this point that I won't get through nearly as much of Maker 1 as I hoped. Whoops. We did that segment blindly just fine on the previous attempt. Came in a little bit low this time, overcorrected, I suppose. And yeah, Bonafide Pirate, I do appreciate that people choose to plug into Prime subs here while they still exist. There have been rumors going around that Prime subs could be disappearing soon with everybody kind of trying to balance the budget and cut costs. That's something that I understand is a bit of a threat on the table for people who want to continue to go ad-free here. And like I keep saying, I really should get around to plugging in more emotes. Whoops. I knew how this obstacle was going to go, we just reacted poorly. Whoops, that was a bit of a slip. I didn't mean to go that close, obviously. Then, let's work our way over here. Alright. Swamps go down. And we stay up here for the time being. And then this segment here, we just need to be nice and quick about it. Everything flows quite well. And because with Make 1 camera, obviously a lot of things up above are going to be out of view until quite late, but we just need to deal with that and adjust accordingly. I knew that time that we came in a little bit high in that cloud to make it over to the next jump. So ideally you want to enter that cloud column slightly below the next platform so you can actually have a little bit of headroom for the jump. Coin trails throughout are generally pretty informative. Anyway, let's continue. And here we just dash across, leave ourselves a bit of headroom, of course. Don't want to go too high on these jumps in general. Anyway, let's go down. Give ourselves a bit of room, much more comfortable. Now, we kind of lost momentum there, and that's a problem. We actually do need to keep up full momentum and just continue jumping, I think. Otherwise, we just don't build up enough speed for that next swamp. So, shouldn't apply quite so much hesitation there. Oh, whoops, came in a bit high there that time. Anyway, let's head on over to this side and continue this once again. Anyway, we know how this is going to go. We just dash across quickly, hide our heads. There's actually quite a lot of flexibility here when it comes to which row Mario is landing on, and generally we're able to proceed pretty safely. Let's maintain momentum and keep going. Just like that, and that's the door to section 1. Now, there's going to be a bit of a climb here. Oh, that's the problem. That's okay. We'll reset through it. I'm glad it does give me a moment to read this. Very interesting obstacle, in fact. just be a series of soft resets out of this. Oops. Yeah, we can afford to let that cloud float back a little bit more before it gets stomped on the right side. Oh, there's another cloud to the left. Okay, I didn't see which cloud I was supposed to hit next at that point because it was overlapped and a little bit out of view. But this is something that we can just retry safely, so generally not too concerned about it, as long as we don't burn down the whole clock, which is approaching the 100-second mark. Yeah, just wait slightly for this one, and then there we go. This one should go up and give us just enough room. Hit checkpoint 1 and the mushroom check off that muncher. Yes, we just need to go nice and high after activating the swamp, and the stumps should go low enough after that point. This is asking me to go around. We came in a little bit low to try that, but there will be something down below as well. Probably another stump ride. Yeah, it's going to be another stump ride up above this swamp. If we just have a little bit more momentum to gain height going up on top of it. And Mario, welcome. Yeah, let's build up some speed. And we'll just barely make it. Then this is going to be something else coming down, of course. This is going to be a whole column. Why is it a whole column? I don't know, because there was room on the entity limit, I suppose. Oh yes, and then you go up above. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure. Once again, for those who haven't seen Maker 1 in a while, the most significant change pertinent to some of the platforming here between 1 and 2 is that in Maker 1, the camera does not scroll up until you either land on a platform or climb a vine. So that's why sometimes our view of what's above might be scrolling quite a bit slower than a Maker 2 player might be used to. And that's something that we'll just learn to deal with. Oh, came in really high there, but plenty of time in fact. This is pretty interesting. Just, oh, they're coming back down, I see. Once we got an activation range. Now, there are clouds up above there. I wonder if it's because it gets us within swamp activation. Or no, this is actually more for scouting, so we can see what's going on. I think this is purely for scouting. Just so we know what's coming, because we'll need enough height to get over the next swamp. On that side, whoa, okay. Then down, and then back over. For a couple of Goombas. Back over here. Any more swamps? Nope. We're good. What does this give me? 1-ups. Excellent. Naked pipes over here, but you know, they had to do something to align with the totem poles accordingly. And is this swamp going to do anything for me? No, I think this is just going to be the gold card. Quite a ways off the world record, but then we did take our time. Scrolling up. In that one non-deadly climbing segment before checkpoint 1, so. Let's take a look at Tiny Viney Slaughterhouse. Like I was saying before, now that we're in March 2019, this is when people knew that Maker 2 was well on the way in just a couple of months, so kind of one last burst of Maker 1 to go in the final set of levels here. And a world record held all this time by Gilmore, who is also a very frequent presence on this stream, and somebody we've featured in Maker 1 and 2 in the past. We recognized a number of record holders going up this list in terms of some makers very active in the community who really wanted to push some of the times. and actually got one world record ourselves the other day here on Zed Weed Rap, clear number 15. The first one was seen of all the Maker 1 that we've been doing. Anyway, Tiny Viney Slaughterhouse. Let's see what it looks like. This is a level built on a bottom half, so camera scroll will not be a consideration. Along the y-axis, anyhow. So, this is going to push, and then it looks like there's going to be a block that we need to hit here, probably as a blocking piece, because this gets smashed. Yes, okay. Now, why would we want to reset this? Oh, because... yes. If you hit that way out of position, then you would need to reset. Oh, I was trying to grab Divine there, we were just a little bit off. I did have enough room vertically, just... not so much the way we did it. Yeah, so obviously you do need to hit... and then we need to follow this over. Just like that will brace it, briefly. Basically, we hit things as soon as we can. I mean, I should have watched that skewer coming in from up top. But as soon as the blocks get hit, the growth comes to a stop. That's something that we've seen many times before with many other Vine levels in both games. It is worth remembering, of course, how late skewers were introduced into Maker 1, although that's kind of well past consideration for this level, because, again, this was 2019, that's about 3 years past the last content patch in this game. Okay, let's let it hit, and then we climb just before we get moved into the blade over there. We definitely need to hit the plant, I think. Does that send a vine up or down, or does it do something else? Let's just hit and find out. Yeah, I thought so. Well, not enough time here. We shouldn't dawdle. I mean, we could have jumped back to the vine, I suppose. DonkeyMint, welcome. Yeah, DonkeyMint just continuing from where we left off earlier in the week. I've been online a little less than I hoped this week to catch up on all this Maker 1, but we're doing what we can. Whoops. Same mistake as before. We shouldn't just jump impulsively. So, DonkeyMint, we were just playing the Thunderous Totems level with all the cloud columns, and am I correct in thinking that that's actually something that also can't be recreated in Maker 2 because overlaps over cloud blocks in the editor are so much more restrictive? Because I was looking at that and thinking, huh, you can't place things on top of clouds like this in Maker 2, can we? And I couldn't quite remember, because I've played enough of this game now to have a bit of confusion. And yeah, DonkeyMint, I've noticed that as well, that the clear rates have been kind of settling into that 1% pocket or so, and that the focus has become increasingly on steady iteration of a lot of the central mechanics that are on display. It's kind of recognizably getting into modern DonkeyMint sort of within the last few months leading up to Maker 2. Not that classic DonkeyMint hasn't also been a joy. We sank that ship so many times in the level that we finished with last time. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, because certainly the sense of time pressure to read what's going on as well, I think, is much more in line with the Maker 2 style. You'd think you could probably make Thunderous in Maker 2. Yeah, I wasn't sure about some of the overlaps, that's the only thing. But I may be wrong about that. It's one of those things where, you know, you play enough Maker 1 and you just start getting confused. But I'll probably poke around in the editor the way I've been doing after most streams, to be honest. But there were a couple of setups where the overlaps were pretty dense, and that's just what we noticed about it. Yeah, I knew I was behind at that point. Again, timing is going to be a little bit stricter here. Again, falling a little behind here, but... Oh, nope, not enough time. We didn't spawn anything, so I guess we're just going to take the death. By the way, the purely decorative elements of all of these grinders working as gears that are bound by the tracks. I found that to be something you need to look at here, that you have this mechanical look to the whole thing. Nope, too late. Yeah, we need to hit that much sooner in order to climb that position. Yeah, but all the tracks working as gear belts, basically. And consistently so, including when they are used for spots like the mushroom check. Oops. No. Okay, let's not miss this. Now, the fact that everything's in vine blocks meant that even if we had to reset through the pipe there, we could have done so. Better. Okay, and then... Okay, I was wondering what was going on there. It didn't look like I was supposed to leave that. I feel like that was actually correct, and that we had to go over to... No. It's a ground block on the ceiling. I wasn't quite sure, because usually when you hit something, you immediately see what the relevance of that block is going to be, whether it's blocking a skewer or spawning a vine or both. It wasn't quite clear on it that time, but as with here, you don't really need to climb on that vine either. You need to block this off. Yeah, okay, no, it just gives you a bit of a safety point where you get onto the vine and you get back onto the spike tops. The expectation was that you would get to the vine from the left side, while the block obstructs the skewer. Oops. Oh. I actually could have salvaged it, I feel. We were still close enough to the pipe to reset, and also I could have gotten on the bottom tunnel of the mine there. You actually still try to include spots where you can stop and look. Yeah, where there's a little bit of flexibility in some locations where you can scout. But depending, because, you know, some of the vines seem like they are optional, just coming consistently off of every block spawning a vine. Then we can bounce down this way and obstruct quickly. And try not to... Yeah, we dawdled it a little too late there because I wasn't sure if I had enough room to jump up after the skewer began to retract. I think in general we were a little bit slow there. I mean, we're at the mercy of the skewer timing at that point, relative to the stump ride. Now I have to hit some of these things nice and early. And yeah, because the camera is based on a player's movement here, is not auto-scroll or anything, that does mean that we want to perhaps get ahead of the stumps a little bit just to get the skewer timing going, if we want to avoid the issue that we had earlier, with the skewer kind of obstructing my landing back on the stumps. So when we... Oops, not there obviously, but when we have an opportunity to get ahead, we should. You forgot how cool this level is? Yeah. It's a very good looking piece too. And here we go. Whoops, nope, totally missed. Not to toot your own horn, but toot toot. Well deserved, I think. This was just a little short of 5 years ago at this point. Yeah, it's really been very interesting across the board to see how people's styles started to come together, and also just how rapidly people figured things out to make it one in some cases. A very active game to the end of its life of activity, all the way up to the point that Maker 2 was released. This level was released around the time that I had gotten back into actively catching up on Maker 1 after several years off, and kind of engaging with a lot of the community content for the first time. And I do remember that it felt very lively at the time that, you know, by that point it's a pretty small basis active on Wii U as a system, but that new discoveries were definitely being made on a very regular basis among the people who are still committed. I think that's something that we've definitely gotten a sense of all over again, just over the course of playing a lot of accounts chronologically. Yeah, the one-way panel there, that gives you a sense of when the skewer hitbox is going to be safe. Yeah, we just fall into this one. Now we need to be fairly quick about this one. Fairly quick. Yeah, if you're aligned to the right side, you don't need to worry about a skewer's artwork on the left. Wow, look at that stack. That was fancy. What a nice touch. Yeah, we actually do need to hit some of this. And then use this to obstruct. Very cool idea. Yeah, we need to maybe bop him a little bit here. Barely got that one. Okay. Got him. And through. It's a great boss. And look at that, you even get to see the gears and everything at the end too, just to show off how many elements you can still use for purely decorative purposes. And to really kind of box off the goal as well. In an era with no scroll stop. And thank you for the GG's, Ming. As well as DonkeyMint. Yeah, this is very recognizable as much closer to the Maker 2 DonkeyMint style for sure. Definitely the same kind of pace. Alright, let's go on to Ninja Girl Den. Someday I should go back to beat the original Ninja Gaiden. I have never actually managed to get through the whole thing, even though it's not particularly long, it's just you do need to be very crisp. We've seen a couple of Gilmore records at this point, actually. I think that was true here as well. Gilmore and Gilmore here, yeah. So, we know what he was working on in preparation for Maker 2. And Sheik, of course, is perfect for some ninjutsu here. Now, we need to keep pace with the auto-scroll. We're way behind. And again, this is a blaster offset, which it's been sort of interesting to see that develop as a DonkeyMint trademark as well. And then that little side spring jump that we've come to love. Gotta get on top of this Goomba. Kick this way. I think that's what the coins were strongly implying, and so... Oh, Lost it. You know what? Even without Sheik, though, I think we're okay until we need to bop our head on a block somewhere. I think we should have gone right over to the vine so we could get the mole under the POW first. I gotta stop calling that the Mang bounce, perhaps, after seeing it in so many of the DonkeyMint offset levels as well. Nah, we're still gonna call it the Mang bounce. It's very understandable what that is. So. Doesn't seem like I can quite make it over, but maybe I could be wrong. After we hit that POW, is it going to be a full unstack? I need to see. Interesting use of the semi-solids here as well to create things that look like windows and doors. Oops, nope. I didn't even know that was Sheik's death chime. And then I'm going to try this again. Actually face in the correct direction. Then kick him over. There we go, much cleaner. Probably should have waited for that Goomba first. That's okay. So if we hit the POW, yeah, everything's clear. Whoops, just didn't face into that correctly this time. Mang, this level was what inspired you to make good levels, yeah. I've sort of come to this understanding in the last few streams that maybe, you know, since this is something that's been talked about, that near future Mang actually does contrive some way to get a hold of DonkeyMint's Wii U and send it to past Mang. That's the sort of ongoing headcanon here on the stream as we witness developments in the Twitch chat. I guess just by mentioning that, maybe I'm complicit in sort of manipulating the timeline here, but... Anyway, not to give you any ideas. There we go. Made that jump for once. Okay, let's wait for the Goomba, and then now we can actually ninja our way over. Then a couple of bounces over to this guy, kick this, and up we go. And another mystery mushroom for good measure. Yeah, I kind of like how so far the mystery mushroom has also just been a safety buffer on top of being a little bit of extra ninja flavor. Something I missed quite a bit about the mystery mushroom costumes as well is, no, we're supposed to bounce into Goomba, obviously, is that you could have that extra hit. And you can also have the ability to break bricks, of course. You could have all the benefits of the Super Mushroom while remaining one tile high. That was something that I think was, in a purely functional sense, immediately missed about the way the Mystery Mushroom worked. Yeah, this is a location where we're allowed to stall, so we'll do it just to get back into position before we make our way over. Hey, look at that, 1-ups for 100 Sheik challenge. We'll grab that. But yeah, definitely very interesting to see the blaster offset emerge as something that's a repeated theme in so many of these, in particular going into Maker 2. But I mean, one of the nice things about the Mystery Mushroom is that you can really give the player a little bit of a cushion without making it more difficult for them to jump around in place of the low ceilings, for instance. I find that there are very often a lot of places in Maker 2 where you have the benefit of something like the Super Mushroom, because it might become relevant to a damage boost or something, or really just to give the player a bit of an extra buffer to work with for an extra hit. But in many cases you can't keep it for very long because you actually have problems with headroom that arise from using it, and so... Anyway, let's wiggle away over, and whoops. Reused the hell out of this idea. No, absolutely no regrets. Of course not. And in spite of familiarity with this mechanic, I mean, this isn't even the first one we've seen in this set. We saw another offset climb with the Yamamura pigeon level at the end of our first day of play. And yeah, it's something that adapts very well to vertical subworlds once they were introduced into Maker 2. Okay, let's go over here. But I mean, it's something mechanically distinct enough that you can squeeze tons of level design out of it without really repeating the same structures that a player has to navigate. And it's really interesting sometimes, too, to see how some Maker 1 levels actually do manage to retain a certain sense of verticality. I mean, maybe part of it is that the vertical camera is just much less cooperative, and so you kind of get a different subjective sense of space, but... Okay, up we go. Are we supposed to go on a bullet? I feel like we... Oh, I see, there's no spring here. I was thinking there's definitely a spring here. I was thinking, okay, if we get momentum off of that, how on earth are we going to land on top of the bullet rather than the puncher? Turns out, there's just no spring. It's still winter. I don't think we're supposed to hit that, but... Yeah, I think we just ride it. And up we go. Oh, whoops, no. That's okay. This obstacle here does give you a little room to mess up, quite like that. Oops, we're way too close, but that's okay. No, we got it. Okay, we haven't been able to get through this cleanly yet. Maybe we should actually use Divine Climb from time to time. Oh, nope. Yeah, still haven't really navigated that one successfully. Oh, nope. I was hoping the Wiggler would catch me there, but we couldn't quite see where to aim. Yeah, give me another one. Nope, give me yet another one. There we go. We will, of course, have to be much more careful with the Piranha drop later, now that we have become unmasked. And I guess we'll have to learn how to do it cleanly. Yeah, just like that, just taking advantage of the height difference in their respective patterns. Okay, so we'll just continue, and then yeah, I just need to jump straight up before veering to the right. And that's a checkpoint, and then we'll get the sheep mask back on. And now, this is oddly reminiscent of the verticality in the looping structure of the fight in Static Cling, which I guess is also now unplayable. But whoops. I mean, you're not kind of doing the full loop like you would be in that other level, but the idea of having to use the blaster offsets in conjunction with dealing with the junior flight pattern, that's kind of recognizable as an early form of that later concept, where you kind of have to dodge him on his way down as well, and then yeah, we're not really making that much use of the springs on tracks just yet, but you can see that if you're sort of at a disadvantage, you can use that to reposition yourself. Oh, not like that though. And of course it gives him a landing spot as well. I think that's mostly the purpose of it. Although in that case it bounced him, which I was not hoping for. And yeah, like inventive wall stuff. I mean, you know, it's a concept you know well. You might as well squeeze everything you can out of it. And yeah, Junior, in general, is actually pretty versatile. I kind of feel like with the advent of more predictable enemies like Boom Boom in the second game, you know, who doesn't throw hammers at you, he has fallen into a little bit of disuse in terms of people really kind of pushing Junior-specific concepts, but I know it was trying to spring over there that time. That wasn't quite what we needed. And let's see, we can just get above here. No, we really need to wrap around that spring and stay above both of them. Yeah, in general, I think we want to stay pretty high up in this level. Just to make sure we get a height advantage on Junior. Well, I mean, so we don't get into that kind of situation. Yeah, I have been using the spring to bounce to the other side. But I'm just saying that when we want to hit him, obviously, we want to gain a bit of height on him as well. I mean, the first thing I noticed about the spring is that we use it to bounce. I've been kind of underusing that, but I think we do want to stay relatively high. And he gets to stomp down there. Whoa. Yeah, and then when he's in shell form, he really has to bounce around the whole column. And when he takes a dive in a center, well, that's just what happens. Very dynamic fight. Of course, we just got hammered at the end there. Kind of like a bit of an aerial dance-off, almost. And yeah, he's going to track Mario, or rather Sheik's position horizontally when he does the drop, so we just need to kind of predict when the drop is going to happen. Oh, we should have stayed out of the way of the hammers, though. Okay, is he gonna come back? Yes, he is. Let's just stay there. Oh, nope. Yeah, the problem with taking damage, of course, is that the hammers are a huge issue later on. So we do want to avoid taking a hit for as long as it remains possible. Oh, I'd forgotten that Sheik can actually turn into Zelda if you're pressing up on ground. I mean, you know, in general, I feel like I don't know very much about a lot of Mystery Mushroom costumes because we've only seen so much of them designed around. There we go, that's the key, and then we wait over here. Oh, no. And of course, if we're holding up, we could get on Divine. We don't quite want that. Whoop. Yeah, we do need to stand on the edge here a little bit. There we go. And of course, now that we don't have the costume, we can't show you So yeah, if you hold up, you get to hear Zelda's Lullaby in Sheik form, which is a really nice effect. I'm glad we found that out before the end of the level, because apparently we just had no occasion to show it off for the whole construction up to this point. Getting into store is a real boss. Yeah, pretty much. That has to happen. Gold pole over here. Is there anything else we can do before that? No, I think this is just a nice little tower climb to finish things up. And drop you in this way. Let's keep going. Spiny Smash 100-yard dash. Well, I do see Spiny drops incoming. $30. I don't know why I thought we were going to continue playing down there. Probably I was just distracted by the spring that was part of the launch setup there. No, we just go coin to coin, I think. And overshot a little bit. I kind of saw that coming, but we'll just head up this way. And, oh, yeah, we just bumped against the conveyor that time. I just lost momentum. I think when the coins suggest that you should jump at the coin, perhaps we should take that seriously. But so things do line up properly. Yeah, once again, just landed too far to the right, got caught, so... You think this one was your first shot at making something like a speedrun? I think so too, from having played the whole portfolio. I mean... Technically, the Piranha level that we played was with the wheat wrap. That was, I think, under 50 seconds, but it was not tight, and speeding through it was not really the actual constraint on your ability to get through the level. Just that everything was going to be time sensitive anyway, so... Yeah, because that's the only one I can think of so far that was really kind of low time limit. Now, I think we are supposed to have enough invincibility frames to last there. We jumped a little bit early because I wasn't quite sure if we had enough remaining time, but obviously we want to delay damage for as long as we can there. And follow it from behind. I think that's much better. Oh, okay, no, jump over here and then to the other side. For some reason I thought it was going to bounce back. It obviously wasn't. Didn't really read what the obstacle was ahead. Okay, then... Wow, we really overshot that time. I didn't expect to gain that much height. Yeah, I do need to back up into that coin slightly, and pushing from this side I think is much better, but we still made that mistake for some reason. I'm generally not very accurate at estimating how much time we have in the invincible state, and so there's a little bit of tension as you try to determine how long you can last as Small Mario. but just a little bit later than where we went. Generally, I think if you're kicking and following the shell from the left, that the arrow should be accurate as to how long you have before you have to go. We'll just continue this way. And yeah, that's pretty much what we needed, and we just kind of had to take that on trust. We needed to land on it a little bit faster, obviously. I think the problem there that time was clearly that the shell that we needed to land on was damaged and destroyed before we managed to make contact with it to go up that column briefly, so we'll just adjust around that. And just go bounce to bounce. And we now know that this is going to be fairly safe and reliable, so. Again, a little bit late on contact there. We're probably gaining a little bit too much airtime prior to that sequence after activating both shells on the same column. Let's just give it another push and try it again. And just try to drop quickly, I think. And I see. No, it's just a kick and you just continue. Yeah. For some reason I thought it would get a bounce, but no, it's just a kick. And you just try to bust a wall with the upper shell before it gets destroyed by the lower shell. And you just continue and follow it, the way we've been doing elsewhere. Wasn't really reading ahead to where all the bricks were located, and so no, we were supposed to hit the spiny shell, or rather pick it up on our heads and then bust through that block. Yeah, I'm actually dropping too quickly. With the column with the two shells, I'm dropping down to the lower shell too quickly. And we actually need to buy more time for the first shell to get in position, so their activation timings are not too close together. So we should kind of hold the full jump into that as we're going in and up and then back down. Something that we've realized now. Just to make things a little tidier. Whoops. And of course we don't know yet how we're doing on a timer, but I don't imagine it'll be especially tight. But we'll see. So sustain this for as long as possible, and then that way we get a bit more time on this guy. And then we can do this. And that's the flag. Yeah, plenty of wiggle room on the time, actually. We're over a second behind the record, which is understandable because I was gaining quite a bit of height on some of those jumps along the way. But still had 2 seconds of wiggle room after that, so that worked out nicely. And thank you for the GGs. This was when you get into the 3-year anniversary, which was kind of a slow rollout over several months. Was Technological Terror. We have recorded this previously with 3YMM. Similarly, we had previously recorded Dry Bonanza when I kind of had a bonus Maker 1 viewer level session at the end of 2YMM. So we have those. The videos are still kicking around, so today we'll prioritize the ones we haven't done. Highly recommended, by the way, for people who do want to see a continuation of some of that spectacular blaster setup style. Should have made me wait on donuts at the end for a tight timer? Yeah. Well. I think we've had our fill of donuts. Yeah, they're not really speedruns. Again, you're at the mercy of the timing of the obstacles themselves. And of course, you know, sometimes speedruns, or rather just a low timer, sort of enforces that you aren't going to kick around to wait for a particular thing to reset, because it's not going to do that for you. Like, you can't just hang around and hope for a timing. And it just kind of makes it clear that the player should maintain forward momentum. Gilmore really cleaning up these records, as you can see. Including this one in Chomp Drop Cathedral. Yeah, I mean, in some ways, a time limit is a way of communicating to the player. Communicating that you shouldn't stall. If you can avoid it. Speaking of not stalling, if you can avoid it. Jumped right as Chomp jumped. Whoops. Yeah, it's meant to be a first cycle that I think is comfortably reachable from this timing here, so yes. I'm up. Actually saw a lot of this idea from Kavik as well. In terms of doing various things with the chomp retraction. This is quite different, of course, in its own way. Yeah, nope. I was thinking, okay, if you spin, you can get around the spinies, but I'm trying to find a timing window to get through the thwomp, through the chomp rather as well. Yeah, there you can actually sneak under the muncher and should. Even in levels where you should probably just hold right, you'd rather I actually control my jumps. Yeah, very much so. With a lot of back and forth movement and well. Thought I'd get a little more time on the wings there, but bit of a poor estimate on my part. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we should go above for that one. Okay, then, whoop. You know, that time if I just backed off a little bit more, that timing would have been fine. The last time around, the synchronization between the pipe and the chomp dangling there was not quite ideal, but that time things were going to line up well, it's just that we didn't get there very cleanly. Yeah, you see, just like that. Whoops, of course we need to pull back a little bit better on the belt here. Yeah, that time things aligned quite a lot more conveniently, at least in theory. Anyway, let's move on. And spin jump where possible, I think, just to avoid issues. Spin jump where possible to avoid issues, like I was saying. This one was actually a race level, interesting. As in, it was built for a racing event? I can see why it would be. I should actually look back at some of the old GDQ lists as well to play some of those levels for myself, even though, you know, video footage is widely available. Yeah, that time the synchronization didn't quite work well. We'll see what we can do with that. But yeah, given the possibility of stalling on certain obstacles versus just blasting through, let's see where the racing potential could be coming from. Nope, no, again, spin. I was trying to get back on the belt that time to spin properly, but not GDQ, but a different race event, yeah. Yeah, particularly heading into mid-2019. I know that as we were playing near the end of Julian's list, in fact, that late in Maker 1, he was primarily doing Kaizo race levels. Which was sort of interesting because, you know, outside of that specific subset, he's typically associated so much more with levels that are very generous about resets. Well, I had this idea of spin jumping on a Thwomp, but it seems like the Spinies kind of wanted to play there too, so we should maybe take turns or something. Oops. But yeah, it's really interesting to see just how much there was going on the community side, even in very late Maker 1. Because I could tell that even with a narrower user base, that everybody who was still hanging around Maker 1 was very committed and quite connected at this point. Yeah, because we're kind of doing things by Maker, I don't know if realistically I have much time to do things sort of by set or by project, as with the various Super Discord worlds and so on, but we'll see what we can. Oh, whoops. Because, of course, you know, there's so much more Maker 1, even just good Maker 1, than a person can realistically play in this time. And, okay, let's wait for the chump to retract. Okay. Okay, that was a little bit better. And with these later scrolls, they're a bit better synchronized with the Spinies, but we have to still be careful not to get tucked under the corner of the ceiling there. Whoops. Or fail at the first jump, for that matter. No, let's do it on the next cycle. I could tell I was slipping up a little bit positionally there, so best not to mess with it. Nope, I did the spin input, I just did it too late, and we slipped right off the conveyor. Anyway, let's try it again. I don't know why I thought the chomp was going to retract that quickly. It's obviously a bad call. And we'll just get back there quickly and try again. Yeah, not quite liking this position here, but we made it, so. Nope, again, I don't know why I thought that chomp would retract. Probably I was just a little too dependent on watching the timings of the other ones around it, and that one was the last to pull out. But we'll head back there very shortly. Yeah, whoops. Really do have to push it against the conveyor as you go. Oh, look, I was going a bit later than usual there, but just let them hang around a bit, and then get a spin jump. Let's do it. Maybe not with that timing, but again, just a little bit off of my typical approach to that, so... Of course, if you are accounting for the conveyor, you quickly notice that you only get to read the position of the final chomp pretty late there. So the priority should be just surviving the spinies. Oops, until you really get a proper read. Which I suppose is, once again, one of the reasons why this makes for a race level. There's a certain amount of risk that you absorb when you try to anticipate what the spawning position of a chomp is going to be as you scroll it in. Okay, that was a bit tight, but we made it, so... And up we go, there we go. That's a little better. And here, yeah, we just let the spinies go, I think, and then we'll head over to the other side and spin back. Now we can head up to the donut if we want, but I don't think we necessarily have to. Yeah, it's better if we do, actually. Much better if we do. This kind of pendulum setup I'm usually terrible at, but we made it. Uses waiting in a not terrible way, you're saying? Oh, you mean the chomp under the one-way gate section? Yeah, I know what you mean. Anyway, let's, we waited long enough that we should probably see what's going on here. It seems like they remain in that lower position. Oh, because they're facing the other way, and then you hit the P, and then the P stops the conveyor. I see, no, it's because of the belt pulling the stump back. That's what's going on here. That's that the chomp is kind of deflecting repeatedly. Then the P switch gets them going and releases them because of the P movement stopping and the stump just kind of remaining in place. Once the stump remains in place, then the chomps are free to go. Interesting how this is done here. And yeah, definitely, you know, just noticing the kind of parallax of the background window here. Past all of these semi-solid stacks here. I mean, they built cathedrals differently then. You're supposed to take damage through here with this acting as the mushroom gate. And I suppose we get a key from this room and come back and plug it in here. So we'll have to cycle around this room somehow. By reading the one-way panel properly first of all, and then here too. Okay. Here we go. I wonder what the key door was all about then. Unless you... Well, we'll see. Okay, luckily the timing there works out just fine. Whoops, let's wait for the backswing. Yeah, because if we're not backing out through the key door earlier, I guess maybe we exit through the key door later, and then some kind of state change happens. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll see. Love the movement pattern on this one, by the way, where it just springs all the way up, and you just kind of need to get up here this way. There we go. I guess we actually do go backwards throughout multiple rooms. Yeah, that makes sense structurally now. No, we don't want to slip like that, obviously. We do want to make sure we spin jump. This is what levels look like, but it can't just be vertical. Yeah, I see, where the door transition kind of masks what you're doing. In terms of how you're trying to create a sense of contiguity between each successive part of this section. I guess it is kind of like climbing the clock tower of the cathedral then. Or the bell tower, rather, the belfry. Because that is what is going on here. As you get up to the key. So thematically it works out quite nicely. Whoops. You know, pretty much all the architecture that you saw Christopher Wren put together back when he had access to stacking semi-solids. Whoops. You really don't build them like that anymore. Whoops. Okay, let's wait for this guy. We'll just go below. Much more sensible to do it that way. And yeah, the load in here does make this consistent, which is good. And I can see the clouds off to the sides as well, that you can really see how high the tower is climbing. In theory. And you ring the bell and you head back down. Then down below and out. Then through the next section as well. Yeah, once you sort of adjust around the camera, it's not too bad to head back down. It's just careful. Now let's see what lies ahead. Checkpoints. And what awaits us here? Well, first of all, mushroom check. Gotta take off the super mushroom when you enter the cathedral, just as a sign of respect. Oops. Okay, let's get on this cleanly this time. And then, no, it's a spin jump, obviously. We just totally blew it. Yeah, the chomp on the right side is also within camera view in the initial load in front of pipe. Whoops, spin jump. Keep thinking, wow, that's actually quite some height to gain over that muncher, and so we just instinctively do the wrong kind of jump. But anyway, this is why the synchronization is going to be consistent between the first two chomps. The second one to the right is within loading range as you come in here. We'll eventually manage that. Okay, let's not get bumped up to the one-way panel, I was about to say, but, you know, we had a situation there where I landed just a split second before the chomp came over, so we had lost the spinning state just a moment too soon. We should have spun on top of that too, of course. I just thought we could dodge momentarily and didn't quite gain enough height in doing so. And then we just go around this guy, I think. Ah, okay, we do want them to go that way. A little bit late on the uptake there, but I of course see what's going on with the stump offsets there with the burners down below. That's kind of neat to look at, just to get those chomps positioned in advance. Yeah, we'll just lower this and then come out here. Yeah, look at the stump offsets here. This kind of neat how that's done. Where they kind of get dislodged around the burner and then they snap back up. Whoops. Just a bit late as we got in there, or of course we could have jumped early before we slid that far. Kavik definitely did explore the chomp pendulum stuff before you did. Yeah, that's actually fairly early on in Kavik's set. And he takes some of those ideas in a bit of a different direction, but that's the thing that we've definitely noticed about a lot of Kavik's levels, is that he does catch on to some mechanics very early. And I think that was true of Maker 2 as well, that other things are kind of built more elaborately by other makers later. Perhaps? Well, I mean, in the case of Mecha Bowzilla, no, nobody really did that more elaborately, but he catches a lot of things quickly. It shows you, you know, somebody really kind of has a knack for experimenting with what you could do with Maker Mode. Yeah, like I was saying when I was playing some of his levels, it's very easy to forget what a huge impact some of them made at the time, because some ideas, like the picture puzzles, for instance, just later became much more routine. And even so, the levels themselves hold up very well as being better designed than a lot of imitators. Yeah, and as I've been playing, I've definitely tried to keep an eye on a lot of upload dates just to sort of get a sense of when people manage to put certain elements of their style together, and it's been very interesting to watch. I did notice that this profile document, the live levels don't really get going here until after the last content patch in early 2016, so I don't know if it's just that, you know, space was cleared from earlier experiments, or if you got the game later than others, but definitely, you know, given the very high state of polish of everything was seen end to end, it seemed like by the current oldest available upload that you had a lot of things worked out by that point, so. But it has been interesting to see who still has the earliest levels from late 2015 still kicking around. Because then you kind of start to see how later levels mix and match ideas from your earliest ones. Whoops, just a little smidge too late once again. I always know that guy is coming, it's just that I think I have more time than I have, and more space than I have. Okay, up we go, and then over here, and then we do need to catch the spin here, and oh, wait, no we don't. I thought we actually needed that one. We will need it here, though. And try to correct momentum here as we make our way over and into the pipe. And what do we have here? Okay, well, we'll need to make it over if we want to hit the gold tape on top. And yeah, we have to remember, this is Super Mario World, we actually do need to hit the tape, so we can't be too complacent about that. I think we just jump over him, though. It's not really a spin. I mean, you could try to do it with a spin, but it seems like he goes a bit high for that to do that cleanly, unless you really catch the chomp on the upswing. And yeah, man, that's exactly the kind of boss you would expect after the rest of this level. Hell of an ending for a race level. Yeah, exactly. That, you know, it's something that would kind of have a certain degree of choke potential. I guess because the way that it's laid out at the very end, you know, it's fairly simple. You just have spinies to look at, but if there is a certain degree of time pressure going on, you could really trip up on just the simplest thing. And definitely the way I was playing that, the chomp at the end just kind of made me pause and read it properly, but if somebody's kind of rushing towards the goal, you can see why they wouldn't. Fish and pipes. Just the very name of this level reminds me that one thing that we're still missing in Mario Maker is Fish and Boo. Or even Fish and Lakitu from Super Mario World. Because I feel like there's a fair bit of potential there where you could kind of assign both a dangling element and a throwing element, basically, where, you know, you take the bait and then something gets chucked at you. I guess we don't have anything in Mario Maker currently that sort of has two configurable properties like that, rather than just one. But eventually it would be fun if they implemented that. Denson, I don't think I know Denson. But you're wondering if that's a streamer, Denson. Yeah, I can tell by the flag he's German. So that seems to line up. We've recognized a fair number of records here, in fact. Look at all you can do with the pipe stacking here, incidentally. Just read it as the Goomba's coming out, and then, yeah, even if it's just peeking out slightly, it's already within a valid hitbox. So we need to stop the cheap, and then the cheap will go down and give me a second bounce. Oh, nicely timed, actually. Yeah, so we get two stumps in that because it's winged. And then we obstruct this guy. Do we want to obstruct him? Well, it's just one tile here anyway, right? So, but then we don't want to get trapped under the one-way panel because we have to go up on top. Yeah, I see. Yeah. Now, even if it's just partially up, do we get the bounce? Let's see. Even if it's just starting to peak. Yes, we do. Yeah. I'm amazed the timings here work as well as they do, given that so much of the camera scroll here is at the mercy of the player. First cycle on the first Goomba is timed to allow you to just go straight away. Actually, first cycle on everything is just time to let you go straight away, which is nice. And Goombas and pipes, yeah. Okay. Now everything will line up nice and neat. So yeah, we just keep going, and there's a certain rhythm to the level that becomes evident after a time. And that feels pretty clean. Yeah, you just go straight away. Well, almost, I mean. And, you know, perhaps do the jump input as well. That's rather important. Okay, we were a little behind there, but the Cheep Cheep stays up for long enough with wings that you do have a fair bit of flexibility with timing. That's true here too, in fact. Yeah, the timing windows are more generous than one might think with this concept, but the fish just bounce around well enough at the right times and places. And once again, Goombas and Pipes just barely peeking out, but at the right times. Okay, that was really quite tidy. One-ups for Endless, and then not for Endless, for 100 Mario Challenge, but you get the idea. All these lovely pipe stacks we don't get anymore. Plus all the overlaps with bridges too, which we also don't really get anymore. Yeah, I mean, trusting that the level is designed to feel smooth just removes a lot of timing considerations with trying to second guess where all the positions might be. You just kind of follow the flow and the jumps just kind of right themselves, so that went very well. Love in a Shellevator. This is getting right up to near the Maker 2 launch, as you can see, June 2019. This is within the last 2.5 weeks or so. Maker 2 launched on the 28th, I believe. You gotta get your business done in a Shellevator while you still can. Anyway. Whoops. That is not a Buzzy Shell or anything like that. That is a cannonball. I don't know why I read that as a Buzzy Shell. That was silly. But of course we want to hit that in the very clearly demarcated location as it's going through the center. All these conveyor stacks as well, making this concept work. It's funny because even though it's not something like the blaster offset, that this is in itself a kind of wall cling concept in some ways, or at least feels like it. I don't know why I did that. Probably because I saw a conveyor belt and thought, okay, clearly there's something. And you're saying you reuse ideas from this too and Maker 2? I mean, this was very clearly just recently on your mind when Maker 2 launched, so it's not surprising. I actually still haven't played some of the earliest DonkeyMint levels in Maker 2, incidentally. I actually haven't gone back to do a total 100% cleanup in your profile there either. So that's something that'll be on the to-do list at some point when I want to catch up to Maker 2 as well. I mean, we have such a backlog in Maker 2 from this point. Just with all the time we've been spending on 1 as well. A couple of super worlds that we'll probably do after the shutdown of 1 in April. And some other games that I mean to show off as well, which we'll probably hold off on until Maker 1 is out of the way. Whoops, I don't know why I keep thinking that we'll go around like that. That was not accurate. Yeah, we actually do want to kind of bounce around down below. My first attempt there didn't have any of those timing issues. I think we just started reading that a bit impulsively. Let's go over here. And look at that, pops right up in time. Whoops, just slipped right off. And yeah, there's enough going on in terms of the... I guess it's auto-scroll, so that's what keeps all the loading consistent, because obviously the timing does need to be consistent in each successive cycle here in order for platforms to line up properly, so auto-scroll is kind of fundamental to make this work out. Whoops, again, we can afford to wait just a little bit there until we slip off. They won't shut down Maker 2 until late 2024, exactly. We're doing just fine. I'm gonna panic about it later. Like I said, I do wonder, but also dread what it is we'll lose from Maker 2 in an eventual Maker 3. When it comes to the current tech or the way that things work. Because you know there's going to be some kind of big change, and not everything is just going to be received positively, that it will break something. Although, like I've said, I often feel like a lot of things in Maker 1 show signs of having been an engine rewrite that was just from the ground up. And with some behaviors that they just never really considered as being worth preserving. Whoops. It took me a moment to realize which way the conveyor was going there. I noticed a bit of drag there and I thought, okay, oh, that's why the conveyor's going the other way. I mean, Bonafide Pirate, the reason that Maker 1's going down anyway is because the entire remainder of the old Nintendo Network ID online services that the Wii U and 3DS were built around are also going down. And given the Switch's user base, and given the very high likelihood that a paid service like Switch Online is going to carry on to a successor console, even if it does launch later this year, I would foresee that Maker 2 will not be a problem for some time. Interesting that it just sort of unstacks after a while. I feel like that's not what we wanted to have happen, that we wanted to get on and ride this out with proper momentum, you know, as soon as we can, like that. But interesting that it does unstack that way, just after a couple of cycles of being dislodged. For a moment there, I wasn't sure I was actually going to land on that platform, so... No, I don't think Maker 2 is at risk anytime soon, so long as all the continued revenue from people maintaining their subscriptions for Mario Kart and the like keep rolling in. In some ways, in spite of the fact that I kind of disagree with paying for online, the fact that Nintendo Switch Online is a paid service actually works in favor of things staying up for the foreseeable future. And again, I think no matter which form Nintendo's next console will take, I think there's going to be a much smoother infrastructural transition from one system to the next than we typically associate with Nintendo. Whoops. Yeah, you do want this forward momentum from the shells to really spring you forward here. It's just that landing on top of a single fuzzy shell is already going to be a bit tough in any case. And we're not getting enough of that swing going. And I'm not really landing cleanly on top of this in the first place. And then, yeah, it's slowing down as it's going around the edge. We don't want to jump off at a slowdown, we want to jump off at its maximum speed. it's not really even the indication. It's just more that I know what I'm supposed to do and I'm missing it because the timing window is going to be a little bit tricky anyway. Yeah, because no, I know it's supposed to be when it's at max speed, but actually hitting it is totally a challenge of its own. So here we try to go back. Whoops, a little early that time. You remember Nova doing this the exact same way? Oh, you mean in terms of the coin indication? Whoops. Yeah, again, I tend to have slipping problems just landing on top of a small buzzy to begin with. So there we go. Whoops. I wonder what his down arrow is all about, though. Maybe we're supposed to be picked up here, or... Oh, we get picked up here, and then we jump from buzzy to buzzy, and then we... Yeah. Then we get much better momentum. Yeah. I was thinking, okay, that down arrow looks kind of conspicuous. Yeah, okay, I guess we are supposed to ride it both ways. Although the fact that I successfully did it the other way earlier perhaps threw me off a little bit. And then, of course, we need to slam into those springs there. We'll do that in a moment. Hang on. We actually just want to ride that all the way up, I think. And let the buzzy slam me into the side. It's close to the right idea, just need to do a bit of adjustment here. Whoops. Nope, hang on. We obviously want to make the jump as well. There we go. And then wrap around all the way over, right on time. Oh, a little bit early. The fact that I successfully did it earlier is just an indicator of solid level design. Yeah, I'm sure. It's flexible. I mean, you know how I am with reading indications in the first place. It's better if the level is just kind of just as readable without help. Following instructions? We don't do that around here. Whoops. Okay. This time we have a bit more time to work with. And the same thing here. I mean, glad I learned it properly the first time, otherwise that one tricked me out a little bit, but... unstack. And then... Oh, we've got an auto-scroll to deal with, but we're at the axe, so whose costume is this? Shy Guy. Anything else for Shy Guy to do here? I don't think so, but... Let's grab the axe. Yeah, I guess if I hadn't learned to do the jump at the beginning of that section the right way, I probably would have been thrown off by that last jump much more than I was. Pretty satisfied with this one, so let's keep going. Again, near the end of this list, but like we had previously discussed, when I played Dry Bonanza, look at this upload date. That is several months into Maker 1. And then here you have 2 uploads that are right before the cutoff of uploads in 2021. So I don't know if they were re-uploaded because they were initially nuked by Nintendo, if they were just a last-minute revision or something like that. But I know that a couple of people, you know, if they had glitch-related deletions, that they did sneak the levels back on right before the closure of uploads in 2021. So I don't know what the case was here, but you can explain it to me if you like. Like I said, we still have the video kicking around of Dry Bonanza because we played it as a bit of a bonus after 2 IMM, but we'll build Koopa Temple, and we'll see. And yeah, thank you for the GGs. We find different ways to struggle around here. Oh, I see. That's the Koopa is the construction worker. And they're just gradually putting the place together. And unloading the Thwomps as they go, apparently. We knew that was going to happen. We shouldn't have done that. The Thwomps are going to go down quite a ways, though. Building Koopa Temple had issues, but you put it back up when the servers were shutting down because you wanted it up. I see. The next level is going to be a Reddit classic. Perhaps, as we'll find out. Yeah, I mean, good thing you put it up, I guess, so we could get a chance to see it finally. Oh, we were supposed to hit that, I suppose. Yeah, because I do remember that there was a little bit of the last-minute upload frenzy. I guess we just get on top. This intersection works just fine, and then we just ride this up. Days since the last work-related incident. You can reset that clock. Bit of Koopa Troopa crew. Whoops, I guess we're supposed to hit that. Let's do it. Yeah, this is something that essentially feels like it would be well in place in a traditional world. And then this is the first time we've noticed that there is a coin collection to do here. I hope I haven't missed anything already, but we'll find that out. Yeah, we finished these quickly. This is early enough in the stream that I'll definitely be able to do at least one more maker today. Whoops, oh, totally wasn't watching this. That's okay, we'll just continue. I didn't even pay attention to the spike and semi-solid overlap there. Just went straight for the coin without looking at where we were going. Well, 2 coins coming out of this segment. Oh, we were supposed to keep the mushroom up to this point. Unless we remove the Koopa somehow. Yeah, no, we just pop the Koopa and then the Thwomp cuts through. Yeah, no, that's the way to do it. And then we totally miss until the Thwomp, of course, goes down. Yeah, no, it's doable without. And, oops. There we go. And, oh, I suppose we were supposed to hit this too, except as a fire flower. Interesting. Progressive fire flower, presumably. Whoops. And that's not a good idea. Let's might our head there, nearly hit that piranha platform down below. Haven't really done much to explore for coins here either, so far. Interesting that this sort of half tile here gets you within the activation point. Wasn't really expecting that. Bit of lock protection up here, obviously. And then through this way. I've got unloaded over there. Don't know what that was about, but it just sets up the Thwomp for crossing that. I see. Yeah. Ooh, Koopa is just sort of unloading where it needs to go. Haven't seen coins here in this segment yet. Thought that was going to be a problem, and it was. Yeah, I mean, I guess much of this segment involves the Koopas just sort of loading the Thwomps into place, which is nice. As they don't get activated yet at that point. Anyway. Through here. And up through here. Let's go around. Don't know what... Yeah, we couldn't really scroll the camera up past this point, but I was kind of wondering if there was anything up there. But anyway, this time will it break? Yes, it will, but even the half tile, of course, was well enough for us to work with. Yeah, so Thwomp gets unloaded here, and then we have to drag it down, of course, once we go within range. And if it comes up, we get the coins here. Do need to write it down. Oh, Thwomp over here, we just need to make sure there's a Koopa that gets unloaded on this end then. Interesting that this goes so far down. And that we do, of course, get a set of Koopas down below. So yeah, it'll be one more coin plus a safety. This is late enough in the life of make one that safety coins are a much more reasonable expectation. Still got something to look at up there. We'll see if this is anything. Nope, it's not. And of course, we probably want to avoid shooting the Koopas if we can avoid it, but if we can avoid it, that's okay. Now, do we want to drop this column on top of these Thwomps down below, or in front of them? Let's drop them in front. Just in case there's anything up here. Like a coin, which we could have just as easily reached through the piranha, which we try not to mess with too much. It's sort of interesting, this little window here. It's kind of like an exit door in its own right, like a Kirby exit window, you know? And instead, it's going to give you a little interaction. We have 5 coins at this point, so it's probably just a safety from this point. So, oh, I don't know why I thought I could just jump off of it like an offset. I've been playing too many offset levels today. Where, you know, you play enough DonkeyMint levels and the first thing you see when you have something on a wall is just you think it's going to give you half a tile worth of hitbox, and I guess we'll learn not to make that assumption. That's okay, we know the coin locations at this point, we can speed through a bit. It's funny because some of these Koopa Troopa locations with green Koopas, they feel very much like how Nintendo typically uses the green Koopa Troopas, where they just kind of hop on down. Paratroopas, rather, where they just hop on down. And, except of course you have this massive Thwomp on top of them this side. Felt very much like a Nintendo style layout in some ways, to have them just bouncing down the steps like that. Well, I mean, I think it's something that people are maybe less likely to try. You know, Piranha offsets, or seemingly offset. It's something they're much less likely to try if they haven't been just playing tons of DonkeyMint levels all day. I'm glad that this works as well as it does, by the way, that you still have enough space here to make sure there's a fallback passage in the event that you need it. Because we did, after lowering that clump as early as we did. I don't know why it didn't just go up right away. And believe me, you thought this out, you're saying, yeah. Definitely a couple things that could have gone wrong. Otherwise. I noticed that passage with the Koopa down below earlier, which is why I just wasn't concerned. Because I actually did see it the first time that I went down there to grab the pink coin. Coin 4 in that location. So yeah, this is the very traditional style green paratrooper descent that we were talking about earlier. Oops. Oh, forgot that we actually still had space to walk over here. That was my mistake. And we'll just go directly this time. We notice nothing else up there, really. That's why this is SMM1 as well, as that we do have quite a lot going on with wall jumps all over the place. Just trying to hit the dry bones. Didn't get very far with that, but we know there was nothing on that corner there. We can take damage. Oh, whoops! I guess not. Hang on. That's okay. We'll try again. We can do it. Yeah, it totally looks jumpable. Okay, didn't really need to ring the bell this time, but we did it anyway. Okay, let's not jump onto Piranha. Very, very tempting. But we won't do it. And safety coin. Let's see what we get this time. 3 1-ups for 100 Mario, and then the Yoshi for good measure. Whoa. Let's try to get on top here. And we'll just get a lift up to the top for the 1-up.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Alright, let's continue. Something's off. Let's see what that is. The final upload from DonkeyMint in Maker 1, just before Maker 1 uploads, went down. And the last one that we have to clear, we did have a perfect record with clearing everything, which I can't say for everything that we've covered in this series so far, so... This was fresh off a traditional style project and your head was still in that mode. Oh, you mean the previous level, or this one here where we lost our access to that question block right away? You know, I totally forgot. Well, no, we'd seen it, that the boots in Maker 1, when you're in the big mushroom form, actually do kind of resemble the SMM3 blocks that jump at you. It's just that, without having seen them in the context of being on top of a column like this one previously, I just didn't think of them necessarily as being like the block Goombas whose name I don't remember. Anyway, a couple of different big mushroom variants here that we haven't seen before, where this is a boot as well. This is a big boot. Yeah, this is just you messing around with big mush. Exactly. Well, we haven't really seen this either in a lot of the big mushroom levels that we've seen so far in terms of the boot change and also how the boot is just kind of disguised here from everything else. Yeah, we have the big mushroom. I have to remember that this is Mega 1. We can in fact push through things from the side, as we would have to over there, which is why you're also given a big mushroom refresh. Yeah, so the intention here clearly is to just make sure everything blends. I kind of knew that was going to happen, but realized that when we were already on the way down, so... Nice way to finish this set, actually, was something that is definitively Maker 1 only. Yeah, I don't think, you know, even in the other big mushroom levels that we played previously, that we really did play with the big boots at all, so I don't remember having seen the pipe sprite as being how that was handled. Yeah, and there's a pipe stack going on here, which ensures that even if you don't break this or are unable to, this is where the big mushroom comes out. However, we do need to switch boots. Yeah, so this is standard boot. This is stiletto. And what is the small stiletto? I don't even know, now that I think about it. Okay. Look at that, ground pound cancels our favorite. Which will luckily not fail against too much here. And where do we go from here? Probably just jump out, right? And we have the big mushroom. We can slam into this stuff from the side. Not that we can do anything with this unless we stop it, because we'll just break it. So. I guess we do need to jump out from below. Reset door here. I wonder what that would be for, but... And then... Okay, I see. I see what's going on here. Yeah, the overlay here was momentarily confusing, and I realized, oh, it's because it's all boots. That's neat. No, I knew that was going to be an issue. We do need to just fall towards it, or... Wait. How to proceed this? Way carefully. Because... we do need to account for when we're just slamming everything. Look at that mole down below, too. I wonder... Oh, it was probably used for immobilization. Yes, I see now. That these are immobilized stacks. Using probably the buried mole stack, right? Where we didn't see that previously because we weren't within range of how that was put together, but... That's how all the boots that are disguised as bricks, etc., remain stationary. So you get that overlap effect. If I'd thought about it properly, I would have noticed that it's something like a mole stack, but... It's a little clearer to me now how that effect has been achieved. Yeah. Looks blind at first, but it's actually just a jump in. And that's the thing that can really sort of throw you off, is that occasionally the big mushroom is going to hit a real brick and slam into something, but every now and then you just land in a boot disguised as a brick instead. Anyway, let's run this. And yeah, this of course is just everything kind of being blown up to drop the boots. Yeah, that's just landing on the left side and then bouncing to the right side, as we totally forgot for too long for one of the other levels that we played earlier this week as well. But one of the levels Maker 2, I think. Oops. We've seen a handful of big mushroom levels that are really centered around the visual effects. A couple of them by Julian, in fact. That's who I sort of associated with really pushing a few things you can do with it, but there's just no redundancy between this level and what we had seen previously in terms of the boot effects. So. Definitely a farewell to Maker 1 level if we've ever seen one. Oops. And, yeah, with Julian's we played, well, his 1YMM level was the one that was all Luigi effects with the big mushroom. It was pretty much all about different Luigi sprite conversions. And then we played a couple of his that were substantially based around a bomb kick. We need a big mushroom at this point. I think we go back for it. There we go. And of course the bomb kick with the big mushroom in SMM1 is something that does come back in Maker 2 as well, and we recently saw it in Maker 2 in a totally different level. Whoops. Anyway, we know that we'll have more opportunities at boots sooner or later. However, we probably shouldn't have dispensed with that one. Oh, there we go. I guess we need another one. Hang on. See if we can reload some things. I do need to push through this guy. I guess that's one way to do it. Maybe not the tidiest, but we made it. Alright, let's keep going this way. Yeah, we can just skip over this bit. We don't actually need it. There was more to this stack than we previously saw, because we took so long that we typically let these boots expire before we saw much of what was going on there. Oh, come on. Slam it. There we go. You know, let's just fall in this way. If you land on top of the boot, you don't make contact with the bricks, which is kind of an important interaction. We didn't need to keep the boot, I don't think, because... Oh, this is an actual pipe. And indeed a pipe that gives you the big mushroom, which... Can we just get this guy from down here first, and yeah, maybe we can claim the boot after that, as long as we don't bust our way through the floor, which we really should have considered as a risk. Oops. Yeah, that was not the most glamorous way to go, but we learn these things as we go along. You don't remember that ending at all yet. It's funny because earlier this week, one of the other people really kind of playing a curated selection of Maker 1 levels was Jesscook, who's been streaming this a fair bit. And he plays a lot of his own levels on stream, and the funny thing is that he repeatedly just fell for his own trolls. Like in almost everything he played from his own profile. So, whoops. Let's wait for this. Who's doing Maker 1 viewer levels? I don't know who's doing viewer levels, but... I mean, Jess Cook was taking a couple of suggestions. Like, I know that Kavik was sending him some things, and... oh, here's the ending here. Yeah, let's be careful here. Yeah, because even if you slam down below like this, you... probably shouldn't mess around too much with this. You know, if I had a boot, I probably could make it up to flag. This is a dangerous line of thinking. Let's maybe not do that. Oh, we don't have a boot at this point anyways. Did it break clouds? No, it doesn't. Didn't think so. Yeah, Joe's was doing it. Earlier this week, he ran a couple of big Maker 1 streams. I don't know if it's something he's continuing to do, but he did it for a couple of nights, I think. And or days, I guess, in Australia. Almost exactly a minute off the record. Okay, that was a nice set. And we got through everything. So, I will, of course, be staying long enough to dial in an additional maker today. I sometimes determine these things based on how much time we have left. I made it look more fun than you remember. Well, I mean, given how late this upload was... well, I mean, I guess it might have been a re-upload, but I can't imagine that you've seen this played very often. Although, again, if it was a re-upload, then maybe from much earlier experience. But yeah, actually, no, I think one of the things, of course, is that because we just don't have anything in this level in Maker 2 anymore, that it's naturally going to seem pretty fresh as a visual effect level. And that kind of entire genre of, you know, visual effect level seems to have dropped off considerably in Maker 2 simply because things like placements, illusions, etc. have just become so much more constricted in the second game. Yeah. Like you said, man, great uncovering DonkeyMint's past as a traditional maker. Too many things here to really pick favorites. I will say that one that really, really stood out for me was prehistoric plants, with the mega piranhas in this one. And of course it was fun to snag a record on Zed Weed Wrap here. Don't think the Estes Toadstool was great too. I mean, a lot of these were just very consistently interesting, but there were definitely a few that you could really tell were very aesthetically driven in a way that just drains the budget. And the kind of steady emergence of the blaster offset style over many levels, I think, was a pretty interesting subplot to track throughout this as well. Yeah, it seems like it was just very underplayed, actually. I mean, a lot of this sort of middle chunk, around 2018 or so, seems underplayed to me. But yeah, this was really quite a big set. And yeah, it starts out very traditional too, but you know, in a way that really kind of iterates through a couple of big aesthetic ideas, like creating big mechanisms and creatures, like, you know, releasing the Kraken, etc. And then steadily sort of getting into a few mechanical core concepts as you go along, so. Lots of fun with this one. I am going to switch to a different maker in just a moment. Man, yeah, exactly. The pipe level with the blue skull flowing water around. Yeah, the one that was like a pipeline that you were busting up with all of the track setups that were being used with the kind of preload where you get chased by the cloud up top. Cloud and a Dry Bones. It was sort of interesting too, because we typically think of globally synchronized loading as such a Maker 2 thing, but to have seen this not just in this profile but in some other ones with some early music levels as well as totally non-musical setups that are dependent on track synchronization, seeing them in a Maker 1 context I think was really interesting to see these things as kind of ahead of their time. Yeah, this one worked beautifully, and doing the whole coin collection route on it was quite a treat as well. So lots to talk about here that we've already talked about for the past few days. So before I switch off to the next maker, I'll just check one thing. I'm going to see just how high we pushed you up on the weekly list. Okay, 7th. Well, I mean, some other people can come in and play and star and do all that. But yeah, because not many people, as I've been saying, actually play by Maker nowadays, that whenever we do a profile that's reasonably big within the span of a week, we actually elevate people way up the list. So you can kind of enjoy this and enjoy the view from up there while it lasts. Anyway, switching off to another maker in just a moment. I kind of have to decide who we have time for, but we're so early in the stream, we'll dial in what we can. Give me just one moment. I do have a spreadsheet going, basically, where I try to figure out who's doable in a reasonable amount of time. Okay, I've got an idea. Let's pull up... let's see if we can actually get this done today. If we don't, we'll continue it, but I'll just wait for this load. And then we'll reveal who we have in store. Whenever we have a big list, Maker 1 kind of takes its time to load all of the thumbnail images from top to bottom. It's a bit more sluggish than Maker 2 in that way. But we are going to look at levels by Exonym, who was somebody who participated in some of the YMMs as well, including in Maker 2, and did a lot of technical research early on. It was somebody who was definitely responsible for discovering a couple of mechanics early on in the life of both games. So we'll do as much of his set as we're able to today. I don't necessarily know if we will finish it, but we'll get through as much as we're able to see. So we're going to start right at the beginning in the first month of the game, shortly after the September launch with Don't Anger the Thlumps. And I guess we're not angering the Thlumps yet. Oh, I see, because they're going to hit the P switch, and then we need to basically block off the P switch, I suppose. Or find some way to outrun. I don't exactly know what's going on with the spring down here either. I guess we have to puzzle this out. We're not going to shell jump it, I don't think. So I feel like I need to block off the Thwomp. It's going to hit the P switch though. Why don't we just let the P switch expire, but then send a shell down here, so the P switches don't spawn. No, that will actually just sustain the P switch. That's a bad idea. Okay. He found all the earliest unintended Mario Maker things. Yeah, which is why we have to kind of reverse engineer this and sort of think about what's possible. So yeah, that's not going to work as a way to kill the P-switch interaction. I feel like we should have released this first and allowed ourselves to climb much higher, but... Because if we get rid of the POW, then we can come back and grab the spring from behind the muncher, right? So, I wonder if there's a way to reload through this. And Sipat SMM, welcome. And yeah, let's see, because if the thwomp hits the P, I think we just need to let the P... Actually, yeah, no, it does intersect, so... Let's see about how we're going to do this. Yeah, and I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Do correct me if I haven't. I feel like we want to get the vine up over here. Do we have enough time? Yeah, we do. Okay, that's a little better. And then shell over here, but then we need to get the shell over here, probably with some up throws. Yeah, this is of course very early on in Maker 1, so I don't really even necessarily mind that we have to deal with a little bit of locking here. Oh, bomb, okay. That's going to be down to the spring here. Oh, nope. The bomb deflection in Maker 1, of course, is something that we have to contend with. The thrown object deflection in general. So we just should set this down gently if we can and run away. And then we throw this to obstruct the thwomp. So yeah, this is essentially an early puzzle level in some ways. Now we can... no. P... Is it going to block the P? I think it will now. Okay, good. That'll work then. And then... Whoa, okay. Early troll level as well, apparently. Well, not quite, but you know what I mean. We need to spin on top of these, but we won't have access to the POW yet unless we can take a damage boost or something, so... Oh, I see. There was a switch over here that lowered everything. So maybe we needed to obstruct this one as well. Or bring a shell with us. A shell is going to hit all the piranhas. And then, after that... that will hit the POW as well. Hitting the POW as well will give me access to a second spring, because it will be within range of killing the muncher on the left. This is early enough that I kind of get a sense that a couple of things in this level are sensitive to despawn ranges, but early on in Mario Maker 1, nobody knew anything about despawn ranges, so... Yeah. Oh yeah, Kavik, I forgot to, actually, change the Maker name here in my title. Kavik can afford to be picky, you see, because we have already featured him. Yeah, we actually just finished DonkeyMint % in the level right before this one. We just started off looking at Exonym with the earliest creations from him. You know what, let's just soft drop this. And that's going to bounce, and then, yeah, now we sort of got within range to reload all the blasters on top. And that's it. And so we actually did end up using the despawn range in the end to get the blasters back in position. So it seems like the level was kind of designed around an expectation. Kavik, I've seen the original Ghost in a Shell film that was about like 80 or 90 minutes. I haven't seen anything from Ghost in a Shell past that point. So I don't exactly know what you want to ask about this, but I should amend this? Yeah, I should amend a lot of things when it comes to catching up on anything. Pipe stacking, I have a clear flag on this from I don't know how many years ago. A lot of my older clear flags and stars were actually lost for some reason or reset, and we've noticed that as we played a lot of the makers I've been familiar with. But it says pipe stacking, and given the huge number of likes on it from December 2015, I think this might have been one of the really sort of early levels to explore it. I don't actually remember, because I feel like I played this years and years ago, and I have no idea what we're in for, to be honest. Today's the day that something happens in a show and they're celebrating it in Japan. Oh, you mean it specifically in the year 2024? Whoop. Let's not die to the reading the chat. In the show, it shows the date, the 3rd of February 2024. Okay. Anyway, Mystery Mushroom. Who are we this time? Mega Man. Mega Man, of course, is all about pipe stacking. Oh, interesting layout here where the opposing pipes kind of give you this safety window to jump through and totally miss. There we go, much better. Even if we're not Mega Man anymore. And yeah, because the pipes are being loaded at the same time, you kind of have a synchronized timing for each of the elements coming out of the same pipe. The earliest one to the left side, obviously that kind of had to be within the first screen or so to get two pipes arranged in different horizontal positions to synchronize, but if the pipes are sort of in the same horizontal position, then everything lines up nicely. That was too soon. I should feature Squadaloo in my All-Star series. Yeah, I will need to look up the code, because I don't have Squadaloo's code, I don't think. Thanks for letting me know about that, because I definitely want to take more suggestions to see people who are kind of outside my media periphery. The earliest Genius Maker. Yeah, Kavik, if you can dig up code, that would be fantastic, and I'll add that to my to-do spreadsheet, which is massive, but which will have room to prioritize anybody I missed. Yeah, and definitely there's some people I was aware of from Maker 2 as well, like the shell-trained Japanese maker. That I previously didn't have Maker 1 codes for, but now I do, so. Okay, here we go. Squadron made the original pipe stacking level. Yeah, do send me that. We're going maker by maker, but I am trying to fit in everyone I can, and sometimes we kind of determine things based on who we have time for in a given day, and I'm definitely taking recommendations seriously from people who are kind of really active at the time and remember a lot more of the history than I do. We're obviously supposed to kick a bomb to the right here, so we'll do that. To the right. To the right. We'll do it until we do it, so. There we go. Or we could, you know, have just patiently let this guy walk over. That might have been helpful. And Siphead SMM, I don't have your code either, I don't think. So, there's just something that you would like to show off in Maker 1, do let me know. We're, as I said, kind of proceeding maker by maker, but I'm keeping track of requests and suggestions, and we're trying to get everything we can done before shutdown, as much as we can. I mean, obviously, there's a lot I will not be able to do in time. This looks like a P-jump back when P-jumps were reasonable. I say as I missed a P-jump. Yeah, P-jumps get patched to be very unreasonable after... Oh, look at that. Yeah, no, it's actually a P compression. It's 5 Ps. So, I think it should push you up like that, and then you jump off. So it's a quintuple P-jump. I absolutely don't remember playing this, to be honest. So yeah, I do have to jump off at the end there, and the last frame as the P's unstack. Kavik, you were saying something earlier about filling the plants with a POW. I totally didn't read it at the time, so we'll do that. Yeah, I think we just need to either go a bit earlier or head bump the P stack to the right if we can. We need to get the camera going though. No, we're not going to get down there far enough to, quickly enough to. Okay, just a little bit of forward momentum actually resolved that. And we're Mega Man again. Wrenches galore. go. And yeah, some machine gun fire from the piranhas over there. Yeah, thanks for that, Kavik. I'll jot that down and try to schedule that in. I'm trying to make some time to do all of the remaining Tetratarix puzzles that I haven't done previously as well. I've done a chunk of them, but that's something I kind of need to make time for and don't want to put off to the last minute. And oops. And there are definitely a couple of other makers that I realistically won't be able to do completely. His profile should be named Lane. Okay. Yeah, I'll check it. I'll check it afterwards. When we're through with this set. Oops. We should actually watch our jumps here instead of just hanging around and reading chat. Okay, well, let's go over here. Hesitated a bit too long there. Staring at that. Yeah, we're playing like this, we're definitely not going to get through 37 mid-airs. Maybe one, but that's okay. We just need to keep expectations realistic here. Yeah, we played Plumber in the Walls back in 3YMM. We had talked about it previously, actually, because I was mentioning it in conjunction with that one Ren level that we couldn't solve, which I think seemed to have a totally different wall clip mechanic. But seemed pretty clearly like it should be a wall clip level. Like, I couldn't figure out what was going on with that otherwise. That's a lot of machine gun fire from down below. Let's get out. I kind of think you were even here when we played Plumber in the Walls, but that was, 2 years ago, so totally understand if you don't remember. Anyway, blue stacks, of course. Let's get into all kinds of trouble here. Let's raise them a bit. That's going to be inadvisable. That's going to be really inadvisable. We should have just sped through that before they all expanded on us. Sort of interesting that they spread that way from their initial spawn point, that, there was a bit of collision or displacement or something in the initial positioning when they are stacked. Which is, of course, something that we wouldn't get to replicate in Maker 2 nowadays, now that stacking is out of the picture. Yeah. Alright, let's take this and then not get chomped on the way up. And yeah, we'll sneak in under. That's a lot more sensible. Yeah, because I do remember that Plumber in the Walls was one of those last-minute re-uploads as well in March 2021. And okay, let's see this. I don't have a good sense of how bad the deletion problem was back in Maker 1. I think it feels much more aggressive in Maker 2 because of the way that, even your local files get affected. Because they aren't cleanly walled off from what's going on from Nintendo's live servers, but whoop. Okay, we're in a bad position now. Got a little bit stuck around that corner, now we're just dead. And Sepet, thank you for checking the code. And the level is called Deja Vu, yeah. Okay, I'll definitely jot that down, and we'll try to get it in sooner rather than later. Yeah, let's not wait for the boost stacks in the later segment with the big boost. We should really just stick to the side of the pipe there, and the chomps are totally safe. I noticed that earlier, but for some reason we didn't go back to it. That's okay. Yeah, if we just rush up to it, that also resolves the problem. And totally didn't follow my own advice again, so let's just drag everything over. Then, yeah, the double arrow there in the next segment probably should have been a clue that we do in fact want to rush past the quintuple boost that starts spawning everywhere. Yeah, the thing is, if you freeze them in position and look at them, they don't disperse. They only start dispersing, of course, once the boos have movement. So, if you're fairly controlled about the way that you are looking at them, you can just bunch them up and avoid problems. So we... oh! Want to sneak through this way. Yeah, basically if you don't change directions too much here, look at this boo ring. Then you're mostly okay. Until you just decide to throw it like that. Well, we've seen it at this point. Yeah, once again, if we just, you know, look at the boost, although in this case, with the first pipe here, we actually do kind of want to disperse them. Then we'll make it up cleanly after that, I'm sure. Whoop, or not. That's okay. Yeah, let's just let these guys run out. And then, for the big ones, we'll try to freeze them for as long as possible, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, yeah, freeze them. And these ones as well. Just give ourselves lots of space, and let's hurry before everything mobs us from the other side. Okay, here we'll just be a little more careful than we were before. This ring didn't seem to go quite as cleanly as it did last time. Maybe we should have reset that one, actually, since the door allows us to do so. Yeah, because depending on how we're facing the boos, I think we can actually clean that up a little bit in terms of getting the boo ring timing to synchronize as much as we're able to manage. Okay, close call there, but we'll make it. Then we'll just steadily work our way over and mostly face right at this point, just so we can get down quickly. Yeah, that time it seemed to work pretty conveniently in terms of placement, but we will See if that prevails going into the next ring, which looks dangerous. Now, of course, we do have the ability to take damage boost, but then we've missed a Mega Man chime, and that would not be fun. I think we're going to have to miss the Mega Man chime. Yeah, oh well. Too bad. How many pipes is that? I mean, it's just 5 pipes for the boo rings, right? It is max 5, but they're boo rings. So, you know, at maximum spread, you would get 25 boos. Or not 25 boos. 5 by 8, rather. You get 40 boos, right? Because you've got 8 per ring. Bullet Billevators. This is still fairly early on in 2015. Let's see what it is. Okay, this time we're going to be Pikachu. Shocked Pikachu. Jumpable? Yes, I kind of feel like maybe we didn't want to do that, but... Oh, no, we... actually need to raise it up here somehow. That's interesting. Do we have a reset door? We do. So... well, let's see what the mechanic is then. Because let's say we jump on top. Okay, there's something funny that's going to go on with this one. Yeah, Kavik, I remember very well the one that he made for 1YMM. We obviously are taking a loss here. We're doing everything in order though, so... just going to try to learn what we can as we go. So there's something that's probably supposed to elevate Big Shell up here, if I'm not mistaken. Hence, Bullet Billevators. But how is that going to work? Is it that we... yes. That was the parsimonious solution. Unbelievably. Yeah, Kavik, actually, we're just playing every level by notable makers if we can. I haven't been able to clear absolutely everything because, you know, Waryutsu had like a hard Kaizo and a hard P-jump level that I could do, and then Ren had that one glitch puzzle I couldn't do, and then we looked at Julian, and he had a surprising amount of Kaizo race levels going into later years. So yeah, once again, it's going to be some kind of bullet lift over here. Interesting, we kind of displaced this. Yeah, I didn't get very far in Waryusu's Kaizo level. We got through maybe about a third of it. So... but we did try. I did put in a little bit of time to try to see what I could do with it. But, you know, even if I can't clear everything, it's been really interesting to see the evolution of a maker's style, even if you're starting with the really early preparatory levels from early on. Ah, I see. We send a boot up, and then we use the stiletto to punch through the blaster column in the second part. This whole collision is just a centerpiece of the level. However, we can't let the boot expire, though. And we did let the boot expire, so we do need to reset this room. We need to get up there early enough so the boot doesn't get lost. Yeah, I mean, you know, early 2015, I don't know if this got patched or anything, but nobody thought to delete this, so we'll take it. And just an additional stiletto check, just to be sure. So yeah, if the bone shell is in crumpled form, I guess the bone shell actually gets sent up as well. And now if it's in crumpled form, does it get back into bone form? Yes it does, and it springs over here, which is good, because we'll have to lead it over in order to get upstairs with the boot, which we'll need. because the spinies are going to act as a boot check. And here, do we just do the muncher lift? Yes, we do. Yeah, so that's how this is also... I mean, we could have also stopped it from up top, but the muncher, I think, had to be dealt with this way, so... okay, that's okay, it's past checkpoint, we're supposed to get this boot. And then now we... Oh, hang on. I think we do hit bomb. Okay, not like that. What if you do this stomp? I think if you compress the column this way, maybe that's... Yeah, I mean, this is going to be something that, once again, is going to be using the stiletto, but we did it in the wrong order, so... Let's sneak in here as we can, so we can not get hit by the Goomba. So, why don't we just raise the Buzzy here? No, maybe not. Bomb goes up the column, and then once we get the bomb out of the way, then... No, it's not going to be like that. But it's going to be something to do with getting the bomb out the column. And then probably doing something to do with the muncher unstack. But the idea is that we need to gain a tile of height, so we are within reach of raising this muncher over here. And then we need to get through the whole blaster as well, which I guess if you jump up you can do. That is quite the column. Didn't expect that. But I suppose if you get up here, I mean, if we drop this a little sooner, then... Interesting. Let's go back. I want to stop the column where the arrow points. Yeah, probably. The arrow... Oh, I see. Yeah. On the other hand, that doesn't let you wrap around to the POWs up top, but the POWs... I mean, I guess they would let you go over the muncher column, but I suspect you'll want to keep the boot past that point, so... But the bomb, I feel like the thing we want to do with the bomb is to get it to go over to the POWs. No, not like that. Interesting that if it's under the one-way panels, it looks like... That might change things, but let's take a look at this. We just want to tap the bomb gently, we don't want to kick it. And, well, no, that was a double kick. That's the problem with it, is that if you hit it twice, obviously it displaces it, and we don't want that. Whoops. So we'll see, because obviously, with a one-way panel like that... Interesting. Interesting, because if the bomb is within range there, what does that get us? Just trying to think about how to level this out such that we will have boot access on the other side. It's not going to happen with this bottom blaster column unless we get rid of the clouds, which... I didn't think you could do with anything other than a thwomp, but a big thwomp. But basically, as everything is walking this way... I see, one-way panel actually does stop it. And then the muncher stops like this, okay. And then if you're here, you wrap around to the POWs, but then you have all the one-way panels set up this way. I feel like you are supposed to kick the bomb up here. You can see from this position that if the bomb is over here, you kick it up and it will go right. Then it nukes the POWs, and then something happens. Which means that we want to kick the bomb slightly before the one-way panel, like right here. Oh, I lost the boot. Didn't I take out the muncher before the bomb had to explode before? I feel like we want to stop the column first so we're not at the mercy of its positioning here. Although I wonder if the bomb would... Oh, I see. Yeah, you do want to stop it at a column. Here's why. I'll try to show you. Because if you stop it here, then you kick the bomb, then the bomb should actually be crushed between the blaster and the ceiling. If the bomb gets crushed, it's going to be within range to detonate the hard blocks. The hard blocks detonating will take out the POWs. Or not. Yes, it will. Okay, no, it actually wasn't based on... Okay, and then we want to lower this because then we have enough room to get over. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's what it is. It was sitting on top of the column. It wasn't crushed or anything, but it had enough tiles to sit on top of the column and then detonate a block for the POW. The POW eradicates the whole column from that point. That's understandable. Oh, I thought it was going to go right. That's okay, we'll keep going. We probably want to sneak over and keep it. That doesn't seem to do much for me here, but we might be able to displace it on top of the ice block. And then move the column that way. We're going to run out of time, but... Or maybe we... Well, let's see. What is up here? No, I think we definitely displaced the POW, but maybe we should do it from this position. And then sustain it a bit longer. There we go. That wasn't what I expected. Getting on a track? Okay, that's interesting. No, we do need the boot, though, for... Well, we also want to hit the POW, so... We need to stomp on top of the POW using the boot. There we go. I feel like we can still do this. 25 seconds, so... Shocked Pikachu once again. Something needs to be sent there, some kind of kick. Well, let's see what's going on. 11 seconds, we'll have to redo this, but we haven't really seen what comes out of the pipes up here. Maybe it's something from that blaster column, but... Oh, yeah, we'll go back and see. Now that we know most of the other solutions. We stop it to the right as far as we can. Single jump off the bomb, and then the bomb detonates, and then we... Take out everything here. Let's go up from here. Boot's gonna go left, so we'll take it. Take it through this way. Yeah, we just need to dislodge the blaster on top of the ice. The ice is on the track. I totally misunderstood how this was going before, but we have it now, and the offset is totally in the inconvenient side, but we'll just try not to get a crush death or something. Okay, no, we're fine. We're not fine. Okay. I guess we need to go back for a boot if we still can. I don't think we can. I think we're going to have to reset the room. On the other hand, the hard blocks up there are dead now, so I wonder, because hard block won't reset up top, if we can actually still hit the POW. So, well, we'll see, because right now I feel like it's not going to hit anything. Yeah. So let's take a look up there again. I think we actually do need to take the death because of the way that the hard block was already detonated. Unless we managed to get a bomb into this position to kill this one. So, yeah, we actually did kind of lock ourselves. Whoops. Totally blew that one. Let's walk it over again. Tap. Up we go. That will take out the column to the right. Oh yeah, that's right. We want to go left here. And just steal it immediately. Okay, that works well, actually. I need to wait. Oh! No blaster column. How do we do that? How did I despawn it? I don't even know, but it didn't spawn, so... we bugged it out. That would perhaps be in our favor. And yes, we actually just need to send a mystery mushroom over. That is, in fact, what we do. Let's run another one over. And then, presumably, this vine is going to give me something... not necessarily a vine climb, but... let's... jump around another one. Nope. Working on timing here. Let's go back. We'll just calculate this a little more accurately. We are supposed to cycle it all the way down to the note block. My timing is just terrible. E-switch? Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Within the confines of Maker 1. There we go. Oh, nope. Slid right into that when I was trying to do a ground pound. We were a little too close when doing the ground pound input. Nope. Generally I want about 4 or 5 tiles, I think. At the speed we're going here. Nope. Too close. Maybe here a while. Let's get comfortable. Nope. Just missed the input sometimes. Still going forward and entering a down diagonal instead of just stomping that heel. There we go. Too late. Yeah, we really do need to sort of jump from point to point and just try to stop immediately. There we go. That's going to cycle the P-switch around. Okay, and then the P-switch will bounce up here. Yep, that makes sense. And we'll not lock ourselves by letting this expire. Interesting. Oh, I see, okay. I wonder why that would be. Let's not get stomped. Nope. Coming out a bit low. There's probably nothing up here, just given that, you know, we only have so many tiles to work with in Maker 1, so let's just go down to pipe. Yeah, because you back out through this, you are meant to have a boot here. Then you go down to root up column. And more Pikachu, I suppose. We'll switch boots. Up we go. We know how that's going to work. Then we drop and try to beat the expiry over here, and that's it. Yeah, I don't know if this result of the blaster compression was something that was patched later on. Obviously, it doesn't work that way in Maker 2, where the blaster is just crushed aggressively. Interesting. Yeah, thank you for the GG. Let's keep going. They Must Explode, Part 4. Well, I mean, we never saw Parts 1 through 3. But this is getting into early 2016, after a couple of content patches, so let's see how it goes. Yeah, Gosagen uses a magnum opus, but you don't know which year that level is from. Oh, you mean the blaster column mechanic. Yeah, hard to tell. I mean, you know, there's so many interesting blaster behaviors in Maker 1. Okay, so we need to ignite, which means we need to move this thing over. Which means we're going to head bump it. We've seen the head bump with the blaster in a couple of other levels already, which is how I kind of expected this would be the case. So we load it, and then we fire up here. And then that gets me through. Oh, no, and then we need to reset through this because we're going to bump it over once it comes down. We bump it onto the lower track. We do need to do a double head bump here. This is something that happens with things like House as well, as we saw in several Pink Birdo puzzles. We actually need to jump towards it to bump it high enough to get it on the track, so do it like this, and then that will ignite the bomb over here. I guess use your munchers. And we do need to reset this one as well, because we need to get it down here to fire at the bomb. It might not even be firing at a bomb. I think it's just a straight up bomb crush that we bump it. Yeah, it's not going to have time to fire. I think it's just going to drop on a bomb, if I'm not mistaken. We'll try it again. Nope, other side. Yeah, if we bump it both ways, it will just land and blow everything up. We'll just... Oh, whoops, totally miss. Oh, and we want to get down here quickly enough, but that's probably why we might actually want to jump towards it and prepare the movement and give ourselves a bit of height, but we'll figure this out bit by bit. Yeah, like that. And then crush, exactly as expected, and then we have checkpoints. Past the Muncher Gate. And yeah, P-bump over here. Kind of wonder where this is at relative to Pink Birdo's levels, because Pink Birdo loves this mechanic and uses it in multiple puzzle settings. And that was fairly early on as well, so. And then this is going to be a multiple P-bump, multiple P-bump. Let's scout ahead anyway to see what's going on. Yeah, we need to get it on a track to push the Koopa. And then, looks like there will be a kind of self-activation of the P, in fact. That's going to happen once the Koopa drops off. Maybe. We don't really know. Or maybe, no, the P is going to fall off the track after displacing the Koopa. Then we have to basically hit the P at that point, and then the Koopa will drop the bomb on us. So let's just make sure we stay off of the grab button as we go back through here. And just try to bump it steadily. And then, Yeah, it's going to be a push. It'll drop off, and then we hit. We have to hit before it falls off because it's in Tracks World. On the Tracks layer. And of course, we didn't need to reset through a pipe here. The PE does come again. In fact, well, yeah, let's see. Because there's enough running distance here that we'd have to redo it properly. We can just depend on the Koopa staying in position. So yeah, we stop the PE. Or we just grab it. Grabbing it, I think, will actually be much easier. Much, much easier. We do need to get through here quickly enough, though, to not get locked out. And Nix to Nix, welcome. Yes, we need to bump over... Oh, hang on. Yeah, bump steadily over here. We just accidentally grab. We do need it on a track down below, so... Yeah, we'll just lay off of the grab button whenever possible. Just to prevent accidents from happening. And then, oh, nope, that's an accident. Checkpoint over there. What is on this side then? Oh, just a view of the goal. Okay. And of course we respawn to P from scrolling in, but we'll position it properly from the door. Oh, whoops. Anyway, let's go down. It's going to push the Koopa and then give us checkpoints. Okay, so it's going to stomp all over the place. Let's see. We want to hit the house. Well, we'll need to drop one of these out, or at least, yeah, it's going to be some kind of mushroom bump, but I don't exactly know what the logic will be here. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, it's going to be displacement. That's what it is. Yeah, we displace 2 to left, obviously. We open up columns 2 to left as things expire. And then we can grab the POW from that point. Let's send it over a little further if we can. No, I guess we just have to grab... a little bit further would be good. I feel like we could have done this a little better here. I guess if this one expires, then it pushes over. No. Well, it feels like we can get another tile out of this. Just don't have it yet. Or perhaps... yeah, and then we let this close and we'll just bump it again. No. There we go. Bump it together. Wasn't something I could totally intuit without, you know, just doing it. And this is going to be a series of head bumps. We totally did that wrong. And because we will need to do some kind of stack, I think, to eventually get this going. Yes, and we'll also need the stack to circulate the red blaster over to the right side, up that diagonal, and over to the right side, because that's the way that we will get the bomb ignited later on. Yeah, as the turn blocks expire, everything goes right. And when it's in a final position, we actually do a double hit. And for some reason, that works. And we can just fire the POWs wherever, because we don't actually need to make contact. So let's proceed from here. Yeah, nope. We want cannon to the right side, blaster to the left. So, try to do that. That's better. And then we use this to jump over, while the blaster makes its way down and lands over here to open up the gate. And I think that's it, but yeah, that's it. And we're just bouncing off the walls here. I haven't cleared the level. Thank you for the GG. Yeah, every one of these have had something mechanically unusual. Here's a Mario Maker level, very self-descriptive here. What kind of Mario Maker level, I wonder? One with a face for a house. With M's on it as well. It's totally a face. And then we'll head in the house, I see. So everything's going to circle around, and what's it going to fire? Yeah. Let's stand well out of the way this time, and then wait for the P-switch to expire, and then we'll get on top of the one on panels after that. So we don't get machine gunned on either side. Okay, something interesting going on here with How's on the other side too. Let's see. It's going to release all of the spike tops, and then we'll have a little chase sequence here where we remind ourselves that there is no crouch as Small Mario. And then, well, it's not going to be a Boo Ride until we have some way to get on top of that. But, whoops, totally didn't watch the ceiling there. Okay, we'll dodge. Didn't quite count exactly how many blasters are being stacked here, but whoops. Chase sequence. And we'll continue. What have we got from the pipe? Boot. Okay. Pretty much what we thought. Because that allows me to ride this. We've seen a couple of different Boo Ride levels at this point. One of those mechanics that I think a lot of makers quickly realize would be kind of satisfying. What is being fired? Okay, that's a lot of boos. Okay, then how do we get through the right side there? Let's think about this. Probably a P-switch that is up to center column. But we can also use the boot, I suppose. Like if we can position everything. It seems like we're supposed to go left and then, whoops, lost a boot. I feel like we were supposed to have the boot for sure, and then we could wrap around and then see something up top, like grabbing a P-switch up above. We're at checkpoint. It's got to be something that's doable from checkpoint. So, not like that. Unless we are meant to turn to the previous room for the boot. Yeah, because look at the way that the boos are positioned. Oh, okay, no, it's just a time survival. it is actually purely time survival. So no wonder we didn't actually need to keep the mushroom in booth, but then it's kind of nice that the level would let me just keep all this in place so we still have a way to move forward. Rushing it a bit as we were near P-switch expire. We probably should have just watched that more carefully. But yeah, purely just making sure we don't die too quickly here before we get across. Giving ourselves a little bit more room to get across would be nice. That was not quite the position I wanted there. Probably leading in the right side booze a little further might be helpful here just to get them well out of the way for the jump that we eventually have to make, and then we just stare at everything like this. Track showing you were waiting for something would have been nice. Yeah, it's not exactly clear, but you know, this is again 2015 and early 2016 at this stage. And I think a couple of conventions for communicating to the player were not yet in place, generally. For instance, you know, when we've been playing some levels that have pink coin collection in them, it's sort of fascinating to see how long it takes for people to kind of coalesce around safety coins as a standard expectation. And, you know, by the time you get to Maker 2, you have a lot more exploration of different ways to signal survival rooms, either with the visibility of a track that's going to activate something, or sometimes just with people explicitly just stating the survival time using coins or whatever else. I think in early Maker 1, time survival by itself was sort of unusual enough that people were just impressed with anything using it, but... Okay, so, POWs are going to release the Wigglers. We want to see what's going on before we do that. Oh, interesting. Just run up the top. Probably just a 1-up. And a Fire Flower, okay, we'll take that. Not useful at all against the enemies, but we could take the extra hit. And yeah, POW is going to eliminate the Muncher on the right, then we need to survive the Wigglers while we activate the P, and then head over to the left side. It's not too bad at all, actually. Well, yeah, we should have waited on that. Because now we actually do want the boots to be up before we jump around and damage boost our way across anyway, which is probably not the intention, but... And this looks like another survival until the P-switch expires. Can we stand here? No, we can't, because under stack like that, there is kind of a safe zone, but we need to be wary of it. Yeah, we'll just stand close. And then once this comes down, we'll stand in the middle here and just let them shower us for a moment. Yeah, it's clear right away in that room that P-switch expiry is going to be the thing that you need to deal with. Yeah, we eradicate everything, then we dodge chomps while we go for the spring. Using the cloud to our advantage if we can. Whoops, so standing a bit close there. We might want to lead the chomps away first before we do that. Anyway, we'll stand here, because we know it's safe. Now we do anyway. We'll just take a bit of a breather. So yeah, we will actually... Well, we do want all the munchers to be within camera view, that's the thing. I totally expected a chomp to go the other way. Probably shouldn't have tapped that coin there, but that's okay. Alright, let's proceed. Yeah, we do want to fire at this. I was previously going a bit close to the right side to grab the spring right away, but maybe that was actually the right idea. As long as we just get out of there. I mean, I was hoping to take a moment to lead the chomps away, and using the spring to perhaps displace them out of position is a good alternative. But we'll go back there and find a better method. Again, we cannot go too far to the left. We can't just stay out of range here. But we can maybe knock out, whoops, one of the chomps directly. I was trying to throw into the chomp and I just missed. And of course he knows exactly what I'm doing and just goes right for my head. No, because I was thinking if you just slam it into one of the chomps, you at least simplify the problem a little bit. And we will see. Yeah, that's a lot better, actually. We do need to deal with this guy, though, which... again, we should have let him out first. Anyway, we wait. But yeah, we'll just let these go away to some extent. I mean, to some extent, we're not going to have that much flexibility there. We do need to try to dash through that. Or just pick a different chomp to kill. If we pick a different chomp, then we don't have a pattern that's quite that inconvenient. And we can lead out two chomps that are in a close initial position to each other, so we can kind of let them bunch up. Well, I mean, we can't hit the one to the right over there, but we can hit this one. At least they're roughly going in the same direction at once, which means we can get over them with time to spare. And then we try not to die to this guy, which would be a bit of a risk. That's okay, we're kind of converging on a better method. So I think we'll get this before too long. We'll just sit on it for a while and go. Yeah, we'll kill the one on the left. I like this a lot better. Still need to dodge, but it's a lot more reasonable to do so. Got faked out by that one again, as it went up on cloud. We'll get this soon. I wonder if there's a trajectory that allows me to hit both of them. I'm not counting on it. I feel like we'd need to go pretty close for that. I mean, this is very doable the way I'm doing it right now. It's just that we have been a bit untidy about execution. Yeah, I really don't think that will... oh, also, yeah, we didn't even make contact that time. Anyway. Not exactly doing ourselves proud here with this segment, but we'll get it soon. Okay. There we go, just peel it off the top. And, we'll be fine, we just need to be careful. And not too timid about it, either. I need an additional tile here. Let's go towards one of the clouds. We actually could have bounced these guys out of the way, too. Finally. And then we need to dodge something here. Whoa. Do we stand close to this wall, or...? Oh, it's coins. Okay, we'll take that. And totally miss most of them. This still looked fancy. The sound effect is a nice touch as well. And thank you for the GG. And let's keep going. I'll try to finish this list today if I can, but we're still pretty early on. Just another Mario Maker level. 0.77 on this one. What was this one? 1.96. Yeah, I imagine the chomp segment near the end was a bit of a run killer, but this is going to come with the other one as a set. And let's see. Okay, going to get some fancy stacking once again, just like in the previous level. Looks really quite nice, actually, because, you know, you've got the fire bars going at the same time, but yeah, it's kind of beautifully synchronized there. So, really just kind of a test piece for a lot of track stacking magic. And then, Mystery Mushroom, let's grab that and see who we are today. Wouldn't be surprised if it's just a spring. Oh, it's gonna be Ness, okay. EK Starstorm. Probably nothing up here, but... Oh, let's not lose Ness here. And then... dodge bullets for a little while. Yeah, it's definitely... There's a lot of messing around with stacking. Which makes for a lot of interesting setups. We will, however, not have the benefit of EK Starstorm this time around. I was totally expecting to hug the wall there and be in position to hit the bullet, but of course the E-switch expiry just had to happen. Let's just watch our head here. Since these are the red bullets, a little bit of the pattern here is going to be dependent on player positioning in terms of where we're leading them, so we need to keep that in mind, even though for the most part they're just going to circle around. And then blasters will just kindly get out of the way as we continue. Until, of course, they load back in. I wonder if in the previous segment, actually, if you let the blasters come down, whether they get you anywhere here, like if you come up. Oh no, it's just a setup. And actually, it's a soft lock. Well, unless you let the blasters hit you. I did not let the blasters hit me, so... It actually is the classic ceiling soft lock. I guess we're starting over. That's okay. It means we'll get to play as Ness again, so... That's another thing that tells you it's early Maker 1, back before you got to the point where everybody just knows to check for the ceiling soft lock. Or at least you would hope so. It's one of the most common traps from decorating with semi-solids all over the place. And, oh, this is how it's supposed to look before we made a total mess of it previously with We did the unstacking. You're amazed at how calm and collected I managed to be. Oh, well. I don't know about that. I think it just comes from knowing that I'm just as likely to die from extremely simple and trivial things as I am to die to things that are actually supposed to be difficult. Also, it's easier to go for long sessions this way. That's sort of an underrated benefit. You're not screaming your head off, you know, and wiping out your voice after one troll level or something. Okay, this is the same thing that we saw earlier in one of the other levels. Of course, we need to deal with headroom here with Big Mario, so... Hey, we actually did that cleanly. Unexpectedly. And what's this gonna fight? Booze, okay. Yeah. I feel like that was supposed to get me a pattern that was actually a much better shape than what we have here. Regardless, I actually do want to do this again and stand out of the way. The reason being that the previous pattern didn't give me enough of a gap to jump through. This is going to be slightly better. Actually, I mean, no, because it's boo rings, it's not actually affected by where I'm standing, I don't think, but we'll try to make it through. And yeah, now we're kind of in trouble because, oh, no, we're fine. Because we no longer have the benefit of the checkpoint mushroom. Let's actually jump. We got a clean bounce there earlier without really thinking about it. Then we'll just go quickly. That seems to resolve it. Yeah, this is going to be a little tricky without being able to take damage, but... that was the right angle, we just overshot. Just need to pull back a little bit. I wasn't sure we'd make it, so... Oh, hit the ceiling. That's not too good. The line up there isn't too bad, we just need better timing on a wiggler. Alright, let's try it again. And yeah, coming off of this ledge here, I think is actually much better for making it across, because we do want to jump into this basically, and then pull back, and then fall out of it here. Unstack, and then we just make our way up. Like I was just saying about dying to entirely trivial jumps rather than the actual hard mechanics, that happened, and so did that. Okay. The wiggler is actually much safer than it looks in terms of the timing window. So yeah, we'll go for the same kind of jump again. Again, there will be a bit of a pullback after we get into the slot here. Kind of a pleasing shape, though. Just to watch this. I mean, would have been more thematically on point if we still had PK Starstorm going, but yeah, same kind of pattern, except with a bit more spread this time because it's a wing boost. So we'll get over onto the ledge up here quickly. Oh, that's too quick. Yeah, we actually do want to maybe take a moment of safety in the center of the ring before we do that. That's okay, we were seeing it for the first time. Just doing the initial read, so... let's go back and do some more. Yeah, so this is a level that's just kind of in love with the blaster stacking that's assisted by the tracks. We definitely see quite a lot of variety to what you can put together with that artistically. Don't know what's going on with Junior there in terms of why he's relevant to this. Too early, but that was the way that I should be doing it, I think. Go up from that corner. That's what I had in mind after the first attempt, and we just need better timing, as usual. So we'll just wait. And yeah, it's cleaner than it looks. Oh. Let's mind our heads now with the Maker 1 camera, though. We know that's coming. And let's wait. We have a tried and true method at this point, we just need to execute it cleanly. And mind our heads with this jump. That's happened a couple times. But we'll fix it. And we'll wait for the rotation until it is time to slip over. I always feel like I'm just about to miss that corner as I'm coming in, but we've been making it, so no complaints. Anyway, once again, we'll try to get on top of the top right quickly so we can have a safe spot. It will be consistently safe. There we go. And then, Bowser doesn't seem to be doing much for me here, but look at that sort of early, almost troll, but not quite. And that's a clear. Kind of surprised this was a sub 1%, but you never know with a lot of Maker 1 clear rates, and with a lot varying based on who is actually bothering to make repeated attempts. Derbyshire Visitor. Changing to Mario, unfortunately, is going to be very much at the mercy of the level itself, whether it's going to give me that Mario 64 amiibo costume or something else entirely. Blow by Night. Looks rather icy. Very icy. Oh, Mashad Visser, we have changed Mario for the time being. Oh, we're gonna see music loop. I don't think I recognize the tune, but let's take a look at what's over here. Blue Yoshi. And No Pizza Andy, welcome. Thank you for the GG. Oh, whoops. So much for Blue Yoshi. There's a door down there, but I think it's probably just for a gentle reset if you make a total disaster over here. We'll just let this bloop its way over. You need to watch out for any slipping on the ice. through we go. Yeah, something that's a little more traditional style. I'm glad it just lets me have the Nintendo mushroom. Yeah, we needed to be a bit faster here, or just stay on a circle, which was a valid alternative. Again, we can see, continuous with the last few levels that we've seen, a very keen interest in some of the track stacking patterns that you can have. Let's eradicate those, and then that'll allow me to sneak under, as well as break this out. Speaking of track stacking patterns. What's this? Blue Yoshi, once again. And a checkpoint over here, but let's build some momentum and get that. It's telling me to go left, obviously we're going to check right. Oh, that's interesting. Probably the left side first, then we have to race a P-switch or something to get through here. Or we have to deal with this guy. Looper is dancing everywhere. I feel like we could actually sit here and head bump a P-switch to, you know, get it closer, perhaps, if we really wanted to. Of course, we're going to mess around with this entirely too much. But we just need to go through this gate here, and then see this swinging spectacle over here. Whoops, oh, lost it. Now we have much less of a margin of error. Yeah, the track in the top left is just a load-in for this chomp setup, which is pretty close to the position where you come in initially. That must have been from the, I want to say Yoshi's Woolly World amiibo set, now that I think about it. Woolly World, which also released in 2015 before Mario Maker, if I recall correctly. Also a really great game. In fact, I was very impressed by what a strong platformer it was back when I played it. I mean, people don't talk about Woolly World nearly enough as the Yoshi game that has kind of come the closest to Yoshi's Island in many ways. Okay, not too many clues in this one. A 0.61 on Searing Riptide. Again, we never know what's going on with Maker 1 clear rates, so let's just play it and see what happens. Thank you for the GG, once again. This is from June 2016. You're assuming I'm getting my last few plays in before Nintendo pulls the plug on the Wii U. Yeah, we started doing this in early January. And so it's a lot of... We totally missed an opportunity here, didn't we? Unless it gives me something to work with. We can't really stand on that. Yeah, we needed to ride that. Yeah, so we started this in early January, where I'm going through a lot of makers that I knew about either by reputation or from Maker 2 or from other parts of the community, I suppose, or maybe we played a few levels by them in Maker 1 but not all of them. And so I just want to record everything I can. We'll be going over some makers that I have played completely before as well. We keep missing the opportunity here. I actually just need to go. Right? Or is there something else I need to wait for? We don't really have the opportunity to run over to anything, and it's not some kind of disguised ground that's going on. It's Super Mario World, of course we spin, yeah. Not thinking clearly here. Of course we spin. Given that it's all Smileys. No, we've seen so much SMB1 in the past few levels that I just totally didn't even register this was Super Mario World. It's obviously a spin. But yeah, I'm mostly focusing on Maker 1 between now and a shutdown in April, although we're normally a Maker 2 stream here. Let's just try to land accurately. But yeah, and even with the weeks that remain, it's pretty clear to me I won't really be able to do nearly everything I want to get done in Maker 1, but we'll push on through as much as we can. Yeah, trying to back out of that. We obviously need to jump over the saw when we get to that point, and that will require a little bit of preparation in its own right. Huh. That timing seemed like it wasn't going to work out at all. I feel like we actually just needed to stay to the left and keep receiving projectiles up to a certain point. That's okay, we'll read this until it works. But then it does kind of peter out after the first volley. Because yeah, there's probably about 20 of these. But then they get stacked in 2 rounds, and I wonder if you can actually just stay to the left and eventually have a spiny bounce over to grinder. I don't think so, actually. The more I look at this, I think the clearer it is that I need to get over there quickly. And then, yeah, that position looks a little bit rough in terms of how much time we have, but we'll figure it out over time. Yeah, a little bit awkward initially, but we have to go quickly when everything starts firing. That's okay, we'll just brawl if it gets started, and then again, given the speed of the grinder there, I'm not totally confident in this method. I feel like it might be possible that we just need to stay on the spinies longer than we have been doing. Probably with some full jumps just to gain height. Yeah, I think we just keep on riding it. Yep. Yeah, that's right, because it's supposed to stack together in such a way that you can't land on the blaster. I didn't realize that, of course, because we were heading towards trying to land on the blaster so quickly earlier that I thought we were just supposed to dodge the grinder once. But it's clear to me now that we do in fact need to ride all the way. And stay probably all the way on the left of where they're sinking, because if you stay at the maximum distance, then the spinies slow down as they sink, and they give you a reliable position that allows the blasters to reload and continue shooting. So we stay as far as we can without falling in exactly the way we just did. But you don't want to go close. If you go close, then when there's a bit of a time delay between successive volleys, you get into quite a bit of trouble, so. Yeah, we just stay like this, and then do full jumps all the way, and then that actually works out quite nicely. And of course, this is something that does not work in Maker 2 because of the way that things lose their hitbox immediately on contact with the lava. You think it's safe to say this Maker like stacking? Oh, yeah. It's one stacking level stacked on top of another. That's what it is so far. All kinds of stacking. Yeah, because you can see that the blasters came down in 2 clusters, and that this is probably the closest that they could get to making everything line up. Now, we're getting to the point where we're standing a little bit too close, but then that's because we were adjusting around the vertical repositioning of the blasters on the track as well. So yeah, they come down in 2 huge clusters. And I think this mechanic was definitely meant to try to look as continuous as possible, but that, you know, you can only do so much with. You can set it up before the cooldown really kicks in. And as the blaster is going up the diagonal, that's when we do have to watch out a little bit for being hit from the side. So, Yeah, we'll gradually develop some kind of method, although, you know, a lot of it is going to be improvisational just by its very nature. But we kind of want to curve towards the left, I think, as we... I don't know about that. Yeah, it's as it's going up the track that we need to adjust every time, because if it's going up some kind of diagonal, then you start having the spinies kind of slope up, and it's very difficult to see what's going to be a safe zone. So we almost want to jump a little closer towards it, perhaps, as it's going up slope. But it's going to be a little bit difficult to predict, so... Sort of interesting that everything is still balled up here, because like nothing is actually successfully unfurled into spiny form. So here's the upslope. Let's not miss completely. Well, if we want to avoid the slope problem, maybe we should actually stay at the leftmost extent. Because then things have a chance to line up a bit first. We'll see. We'll gradually hit some kind of slightly more consistent method for certain locations that are going to be troublesome. Yeah, we're okay for a while, and then once you get to the slope, then you start having problems. Exactly as you go to the slope, in fact. So. You don't remember how black cannons work, but maybe it would have had a nicer flow if half the cannons were black. It wouldn't fire as far, though. So you would have... I can kind of see what you're getting at, where you kind of have a close shot and a far shot, and then you have a second landing point that's kind of in the middle. I feel like that would have run into the problem of just not giving you enough of a cluster in the same place, though. Like, basically, you know, for this to work, it needs to feel as continuous as possible. Because, you know, if you have a black cannon, like, basically the black shots are going to wind up under the red shots, right? If you know what I mean. The arc is going to mostly be inaccessible anyway, I think. And so if you try to jump towards the ones that are coming from the black cannon, theoretically, then you would just get smacked in the face by the ones from the red one. Because it will consistently wind up under if everything is stacked together. So I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, every time we head towards this slope, I'm a little concerned about the repositioning that we need to do. We just haven't found it yet. And again, we're kind of going a bit close. Yeah, we'll just try to keep pace with it, I think, and try to maintain a consistent distance if we can. But yeah, it's difficult to find the approach when it's going up the slope. I feel like once we see it go up the slope, we kind of need to bend the jumps a little to the left and just account for that. Perhaps to the left, perhaps to the right might be better because then you gain a little bit of height. Like you want to maybe gain height towards it. But it's not clear to me just yet. It's a fun concept to look at. It's definitely not the most playable, perhaps. Because there's inevitably going to be a little bit of delay that makes the positioning difficult to predict. But yeah, we once again just adhere to my original method of staying a little bit lower and on the cluster that is sinking. It feels risky, but you know, in the end, that'll be slightly more predictable positionally. And when it's going up slope, then we just try to stay back and stay to the left a bit. Yeah, we just kind of veer left there. That actually worked much better. Yeah, right at the end point, then again, we kind of want to pull left a little bit. Because if it's going up a diagonal, if you think about it, then what's going on is that it's continuing to fire towards the same location rather than the location that's progressing. So we actually, whenever it goes up diagonal, we want to think about the cluster that we're landing on as slowing down and not scrolling to the right quite as far. So we actually want to slow down how far we're going and kind of remain at the same spot for a little bit while the diagonal lines up. And then if it's going down a slope, we want to think about that as an acceleration. Now this is not a slope, this is just square, so we'll need to adjust accordingly. I did read correctly how to do that. What we didn't adjust for was how quickly the pace would pick up once it's going straight. So basically, you know, we're dealing with minor variations in the firing pattern whenever there's a change in a track pattern. And we just kind of need to predict what that does to the movement that is required of Mario in each given location. So for example, it goes up a slope, so we hang left slightly, and then we catch up. Yeah, once you learn how to think about it mentally, I feel like it gets much tidier, so there it seems to disperse quite a bit, though. We'll see. In general, I think we should be staying on high bounces whenever possible, though, like we've been doing. I see no reason not to. Yeah, basically you have just a sort of moment of tempo rubato here, where as it's going up slope and then down slope again, we kind of stop and then we catch up. And then yeah, and then as it's going up high like that, we just need to keep pace and predict a location that's going to be a little closer. Now, dealing with the potaboos is something that we need to think of as well. That was my first time seeing that segment, so we just needed to deal with that. So yeah, I'm glad that the parts of this level that look initially like you're kind of at the mercy of a bit of luck actually are manageable and learnable once you sort of think about how the pattern is changing with fluctuations in the track. Obviously, we're not doing it cleanly every time, but I feel like we actually are making some progress in terms of establishing some kind of approach. We'll just keep on going. Yeah, you can kind of develop a good sense of consistency early on, and then it changes things on you right as you're getting comfortable. Then we have to play a little bit of catch up. Then we move forward, and then we really do need to kind of maintain the pace here and not get caught by the fire. And then almost at the checkpoint flag, actually. It was the same kind of upslope as before, and I anticipated that. We just didn't adjust to it very well, but I feel like I do have a method worked out for it. Might not work out 100% of the time, but we kind of know what the general feeling should be, where I'm kind of keeping one eye on the track and one eye on Mario. Like one eye on the blaster's position on the track, rather. Where if we see slopes coming, we know that we adjust and catch up. And it's just a bit of a sharper adjustment when you hit the square corner on the track. The perpendicular. And then that's almost segment 1 done for you. Yeah, so on one hand I can see why there's such a low clear rate, but on the other hand I feel like it's tractable. Once again, maybe catching up a little too aggressively there. That's okay. Okay, so let's just keep going. Yeah, again, just didn't back off enough. At that point, you can see by the death markers there that a lot of people have trouble with the slope. That it is definitely a bit of a spike when it comes to learning what to do. I almost wonder if low bounces are better. But no, there's a bit too much of a gap later on to make that viable. Okay, let's back off onto slope and catch up. And then we back off aggressively here, and then catch up aggressively as well. Not enough. Yeah, it's suddenly very sparse in one part of that as it's straightening out again after the right angle. But we'll figure out a way to deal with it. Yeah, too bad we dropped this right before checkpoint earlier, because that was actually a pretty routine slope that we had learned to deal with at that point, and definitely a moment with a bit of choke potential to it. When in doubt, we aim for something that's sinking. We just want to be careful not to get whacked by these as they're going up. Way out of position that time. I guess because it was getting so far out. Yeah, previously I just tried to push forward in that moment. Last time I tried to just sort of back out into the sinking element so we could buy ourselves some time, but that did mean I was a little bit far away from the action by the end of that little segment there, so didn't really have enough forward momentum to continue. Oops. Once again, we have to back up a bit. Yeah, we'll figure this out gradually. Just something we need to puzzle through. Yeah. Speed on ahead a little bit. And then this straightens out. And we just need to catch up a bit so we don't get caught by fire. I don't think I got caught by fire that time. I think I just got whacked with a spiny when I fell into a gap. Also, I feel like sound just died on me. Just give me a moment. We'll fix my game sound so you can really hear the cannon barrage here. One moment. Okay, it should be back. Let me know if there are any synchronization problems, and we'll just give it a reset again. Sometimes when we come back after this, the synchronization can be slightly off, but hopefully not going to be too much of an issue. As long as it's still a reasonable experience. We haven't had too many sound problems recently. We just have very frequent issues with audio. But they've been somewhat mitigated. Not entirely. It's good to you? Okay, great. Now we just need to fix the player problem. Yeah, let's wait. Kind of reminds me of some other cannon spam levels in Maker 2 as well, some of which I haven't cleared. Not with quite the same setup, but definitely we've seen a couple of things involving projectile spam that are built around the SMM1 mushroom, Maker 2, in terms of just giving you platforms to walk over. But this kind of reminds me of that, except of course we're just spinning everywhere. While it's just blasting at us like a flamethrower or something. You think it feels Kaizo-esque to you? Oh, in terms of, yeah. Spin drops, etc., you're saying? I mean, just, you know, with a lot of Super Mario World spinning in general, I think is going to be a sense that something is reminiscent of a lot of Kaizo tech as well, but yeah, I definitely don't know Maker 1 Kaizo very well at all. We did attempt a few in recent weeks and even clear some of the lighter ones, but the development of the Kaizo level in Maker 1 was not something I was really around for while it was current. Other than some of the really big famous ones early on that kind of introduced people to the concept of Kaizo. Okay, just failed to adjust around this bit again. I think that given how sparse the projectiles suddenly become at that point, we actually do want to stay on the left. It's just that we have a pretty big gap to cover at that point, at the end of the square track. Previously, the best attempts on the square corner involved pushing ahead very suddenly, but then, you know, that was a bit of a luck of the draw as well, I think. So we don't want to fall too far behind, because that gets into positioning issues once you get to the Potaboo segment shortly after that. Okay, so we hang left though. Oh, not too far enough. Yeah, with everything going up all of a sudden, we basically need to hang left for that volley and then push forward again. We'll figure it out steadily. I mean, the end was already in sight in terms of the checkpoint flag in the first segment, so just need to recover what it was we were doing earlier. Okay, here's the square track bit, then yeah, that comes down right towards where I'm standing, so Nemesis, welcome. Alright, let's try it again. Then we'll just make sure we run ahead. Yeah, with the vertical gain here, I actually think that maybe pushing on ahead is actually better, because then we catch the projectiles at a higher point. I'm not sure that makes sense. Basically, we want to land a little higher in that segment, perhaps, so we don't get whacked in the face. But the projectiles feel a little bit sparser at that point. So it might just be a trick of the artwork, though, where we don't see how playable it actually is before the projectiles are in the sinking state. But okay, obviously hang left a little bit here. We're getting a little bit on a slope. Just that we still haven't found the optimal kind of adjustment. Yeah, we actually want to push ahead and go high, or when the blasters are going up. We do want to get close. That was a method that had worked for us earlier. We were just still kind of experimenting to see if we could do anything better, but we actually do want to get in close so we can really catch the projectiles at the top of the arc. I hope it works because, you know, they do kind of spread out a bit, and something we'll just need to find a method for. Yeah, so we'll just wait for that first slope and then we'll hang back a little bit. Hang back a little bit. There we go, push forward. Then push forward as it's going up slope. Not far enough, actually. And Naki Setsuna, welcome. Let's give you a big shout out first. Last seen playing something retro. Do let me know what was going on over on your end and how it was going. Okay, let's continue. This is the lowest clear rate that we've seen today, so it could be on it a while, but we'll try to push through and see what we can accomplish. Oh, whoops. Dark Souls 3. Does that count as retro nowadays? Feels like it wasn't that long ago. Didn't it come out like 2016-ish? Or, well, maybe you just finished on something else, category-wise. You think of anything non-current gen? Yeah. I feel like generally when I see people use the retro category, it's for games that are so old that, you know, they're pretty much not discoverable by category. Because there are just too few players or things are too dispersed. Or whatever communicates what you want to your audience, I guess. Dark Souls 3 is pretty recent, I thought. I mean, the Dark Souls series doesn't really get off to a start until, what, 2011 or so I thought most of it was PS4. But because what, PS3 and... sorry, PS4 and the equivalent Xbox that I can never remember, Xbox One, I think? No, I want to say 2013. Yeah, so I feel like Dark Souls 2 and 3 were probably developed for those, but again, it's not a series I really know well. I do have to catch up on it at some point. Because the whole Souls genre feels like it would be something I actually would enjoy, from what I've seen, but I haven't caught up with any of it, you know, like Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, etc. Just haven't played any of it. But anyway, let's... Xbox needs to name their stuff better. The kind of thing you hear us say on a Wii U stream, right? Because wasn't that just a tremendous victory of branding? Yeah, poor thing, the Wii U. I mean, you know, I feel like in terms of game development, Nintendo was really kind of on top of their game, but I think the conceptual appeal of it was sort of unclear to people from the start. But yeah, the main thing is I'm generally more comfortable with side-scrollers than I am with 3D games, but the thing is we've played enough side-scrollers that clearly have a bit of a relation to Dark Souls in some ways, you know. Things like Hollow Knight get brought up fairly often. In terms of people noticing some similarities with the death and respawn system and the pacing of the bosses and the like, but and generally I like what I hear about the series in terms of some of the openness of exploration and map design. But it's one of those things where, you know, you can't play everything, you just have to get around to it eventually. Well, at some point, but it's been something we've been asked about before. Yeah, Nemesis, you're saying you haven't got an Xbox Series X or whatever the current one is called, but you have the one Series X console and the Series 2 controller. Yeah, I mean, the way I see it, the Xbox library is generally on PC anyway, and so. And I have to admit, I know some people can kind of handle this mentally, but one thing I absolutely cannot handle is the ABXY button layout on Xbox controllers, because as somebody who's a lifelong Nintendo player, that's an adjustment that is never happening. So even when I play things on PC on controller, I actually switch things around, like I switch things to the Nintendo buttons. And it actually is something I find profoundly annoying that PC just kind of standardized around the Xbox layout. And I know to people who do switch between consoles regularly, this probably sounds like a totally petty thing. What do you think? You know, well, why do you have so much trouble adjusting it? No, really, I do have that much trouble adjusting. So. Okay, let's pay attention here. We'll try to catch up here. And again, the square corners on the next slope here is what give me some problems. Yeah, so there's sort of this moment where pushing forward actually works out really well, and then you kind of have to fall back as it's further along that track segment that is past the square corners. And we just need to look out for that moment. Because after falling back, you have a huge gap to cover to push forward again, and so that's one thing we haven't really quite worked out consistently yet, even though we have gotten past that point on a couple of attempts. Yeah, Kisetsuna, it's a lot of fun to watch. It's a little tricky to play through in terms of just finding where to stand at a given point so you don't get slapped around, like whenever the track positioning changes just a little bit. Particularly as the blasters are going upslope. That's when you kind of need to adjust all of a sudden, because suddenly the projectiles are gaining a little bit of height on you, and it's much easier to get hit. So we found a pretty good method for some of the segments, but I'm still having trouble with a few. And we have gotten close enough to checkpoint 1 to see the flag, but we have had a bit of trouble getting back to that, despite knowing what to do for at least part of it. Yeah, Nemesis, if you had come in a little bit earlier in the stream, you would have seen that this maker loves track stacking. We've seen several levels in a row that are all just about messing around with track stacking. This is from 2016. This is a fair bit older. But we've been playing everything in chronological sequence, sort of maker by maker. And you know, there's this whole cluster of levels all of a sudden that are all about different kinds of stacking and different kinds of projectiles that you can weave into the same layout. Yeah, so this was the bit that I had trouble with, is that you suddenly have this huge gap to cover that also has a big break in projectiles all of a sudden. And so that's something that we need to figure out. I might need to do a bit of a short bounce at some point to do a bit of a timing adjustment so we can make it across that gap. But we made it across previously by just pushing forward and getting a bit lucky, I think. But again, need to pull back a bit on this slope. We've seen that many times. Anyway, I guess everybody sort of has a... To go back to the discussion about what systems qualify as retro, I think everybody kind of has a different threshold for that. And of course it moves over time as systems just kind of age. Like, it's incredible to me that the Wii U is a system that's over 11 years old at this point. I've been playing a fair bit of my 3DS again recently too, because I grabbed so much on the 3DS on the eShop before it shut down that I'm finally going back to clear some of that. So, you know, I've been partying like it's, what, 2015, I guess, here. Or even earlier, 2012, in some cases. But of course, as somebody who also plays a fair bit on PC, you know, the idea of the console generation isn't really that sharply demarcated. Where, in terms of generational breaks, I'm kind of on Nintendo's schedule in many ways. With so many Wii U games having been ported directly to Switch, and with everything having looked very similar since the advent of HD displays being standardized, games on Wii U still feel very reasonably modern to me. You know, the design sensibilities haven't changed too much. Yeah, I think it's getting to the point where, you know, I think something like the GameCube era, for instance, is just right on a boundary for me. And if you think about that, that's 20 years ago now, at this point. But it's difficult to say. I think sometimes it really heavily depends on genre as well. But you see, I sort of remember that back in the early 2000s with the GameCube era, at that point, NES and Super Nintendo already felt retro, in spite of the fact that, you know, Super Nintendo was like maybe only a decade or so in the past. And I think part of that is because design sensibilities changed so much with the transition from 2D to 3D that, you know, because so few people were doing 2D for a couple of years that you go back to 2D sprite art and it's just this very clear generational break that's visible right away. And that the kind of design that you got was also completely different. Like, you just had this very sudden shift in design philosophies that were dominant. And so it was much clearer that you could call things retro even if they were only a couple of years old at that time. Because normally you would be talking about kinds of art or kinds of game design that had actually dropped off significantly in what was then the current generation. I don't think we really have that kind of clean break anymore like we used to. Simply because, you know, starting around PS2 and GameCube, there's a very direct line between that and a lot of the kind of design that we see now, right? So one day they'll call Super Mario World an antique? Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm someone who's always watched a lot of older cinema, for instance, and there's definitely this very sharp break when you get to from silent films to talkies, for instance, where even among people who watch a lot of older films, there's a very sharp drop-off as you get to, say, the gap between the 20s and 30s, where a lot of people who know cinema very well all the way back to the 30s have hardly seen silent features from 20s, for instance. Part of that is a preservation issue, but part of that is also just, you know, that they require a different mentality to sit through in some ways. Until you kind of get accustomed to how a silent film is actually going to be filling something feature length and still remaining, in many cases, very, very interesting and just replete with narrative. And okay, back up a bit here. I'm slightly playing some of this on autopilot now while we're having conversation, and so I'm dying repeatedly to some things I should have solved a long time ago. But that's okay. It's a strangely good level to do for that. It's just I need to remember which locations we're adjusting around. Yeah, I think very often that, you know, memory isn't really a linear thing as you age, right? That something 5 years ago, when you're young, feels a lot further in the past than something, say, 20 years ago when you're older. If that makes any sense. That if, say, you're 40 years old and looking at something that you're experiencing when you're 20, you know, you kind of feel like in many ways that it was still something that you kind of have a memory of from adulthood, right, and a perspective on, even if your life has changed dramatically since. Whereas if you're 20 and looking back at something you experienced when you're 15, it's actually completely different. It's you could just have a totally different sense of cultural literacy at a time where you just wonder how your tastes could be what they used to be. You know, you wouldn't have necessarily understood things the same way in terms of your historical perspective on whether certain things were innovative or whether something comes as a shock to you. So yeah, sorry, I'll glance over at what you're talking about with the Twitch categories in just a moment. I kind of want to progress through this a little bit. We've been jammed on this level for a bit, but I kind of expected that from the playwright and from the mechanic. Okay, again, let's try pushing forward in this bit here, and then pushing back, and then way forward like that. Okay. But then, yeah, it peters out a little bit. I feel like there's this little zone transition here where we kind of need to do a little bit of it from memory. Because there's just enough of a gap during the spawns that you can't really necessarily predict where your next safety point is going to be. And so we do need to expect that there's going to be a little bit of back and forth on the projectiles. It's appealing to look at this level, which is why it's actually still pretty playable, even though we're struggling with it visibly. Yeah, I think if we have too much of a distance from it, let's see. Yeah, you're saying that I'm playing a heavy concentration game. It really depends on the level, though. I mean, sometimes, you know, it's very easy to just repeat something on autopilot for a little while when it's, say, more execution heavy than puzzle heavy, I suppose. I find it differs greatly. That there's definitely some levels that are technically very difficult, but which are actually good levels for conversation in some ways, because I'm just kind of making minor adjustments in execution for something that's very easy to see. And then there are some levels where I really kind of need to be on the ball when it comes to, you know, not falling into common traps or something like that. Checkpoint, like I was saying. Yeah, no, I don't think we were at risk of letting the blaster go off screen. It's just that, well, good luck, it's saying. So we'll see. This is our first look at this part of the level. And it's going to be the same setup as before. And whoop, we actually did get a checkpoint mushroom, which we will not have next time. I think given the alternation of the blaster pattern, we kind of need to go back and forth a little bit here. You think I did have it going off screen? Okay. I'm not totally sure, but, you know, we're past that point, so let's not worry about it. And yeah, Nemesis, you were saying it makes sense that Wii games don't feel as old as Super Nintendo games at the time. Yeah, the oldest thing about Wii games is mostly just a resolution. That, you know, the Wii, by the end of its life, was really kind of caught on the wrong end of everybody switching to HD. And it's kind of why, with a lot of Wii games that are just remastered, there's not much that needed to be changed about their design, other than visually everything getting spruced up. But with a lot of the Wii games that have made a comeback, like Xenoblade Chronicles or Return to Dreamland, they did need a pretty big artistic facelift. But all of the game design is recognizably modern, right? And they actually added a segment of black cannon, so now you get to see the difference. Yes, exactly. Yeah, so what the NES is 1985, we're currently in 2024. So the halfway point right now is kind of late GameCube when it comes to Nintendo's presence in the console market. Like, if you think about it, you know, something like Thousand Year Door is at around a halfway point. And then I guess that kind of puts into perspective why something like a remaster of Thousand Year Door is coming. Although I guess, you know, it hasn't really been available on the current system since its original release. Yeah, but, you know, there are a lot of things about it that I think feel brand new. Yeah, the graphics don't age as it's cel-shaded. In some ways, you know, there are some things about Wind Waker on GameCube that have actually aged better than Wind Waker HD on Wii U. Not so much from resolution necessarily, but the HD version of Wii U actually kind of breaks a little bit of the cel shading with some of the changes in the lighting model. Where, you know, every time Link picks up something from a treasure chest, for instance, he kind of looks recognizably like a 3D model. And it doesn't have quite the same flat texture that the GameCube original does. That was something that people already noticed at the time when Wind Waker HD came out, but you know, Wind Waker in GameCube is still absolutely gorgeous. It's just low resolution, that's all. And yeah, very much the same with Thousand Year Door, where until you see a side-to-side comparison, it's very easy to just think, oh, that maybe if you look at the HD remaster that's coming, it's very easy to look at that and just think, oh, that's just the way I remember it. I don't see what the big difference is. And then you actually look at it side to side and you realize, oh, okay, I guess the technology has kind of changed in the interim. Especially with just display technology. Haven't changed so much as well. Yeah, we are bumping the ceiling a bit here, and so I kind of want to get into this with a bit of a lower angle, but we'll see. We'll push through it. I'll see how much we can do today. I didn't expect a huge roadblock like this level, so I don't know if realistically we'll actually finish Exonym's profile today, but it's not even the aspect ratio so much. I find a lot of stuff that's, you know, 4:3 to be perfectly fine. Although it's sort of interesting when you go back to some Super Nintendo games like Yoshi's Island, for instance, and you realize how much of the difficulty from that era is simply from things being much likelier to hit you from off-screen or as soon as you scroll them in, simply because your field of vision is so restricted. That's something noticeable about Mario Maker as well, is that, you know, because Mario Maker is all in widescreen, and I've played so much Maker at this point, that you realize that there actually is kind of a palpable level design difference as well, when it comes to having this much real estate to work with. And then in general, all of the themes in Mario Maker, well, the older ones anyway, like SMB1 and 3 and World, are visually spruced up quite a bit from how they were originally in terms of, you know, the effects when a POW explodes, or... I mean, I guess POW blocks weren't even in a lot of these games to begin with. But the visual effects, the kind of light drop shadow that goes on, the redrawing of a lot of sprites. A lot of things look prettier in Maker in subtle ways. And then you have things like the one-tile spikes that just look ugly, but... And the converse of this, of course, is that NSMBU, oddly, looks quite a bit worse in Maker than it does in the original, I find. I mean, you only kind of get a small selection of the background art to begin with. But it's also a lot of little things in that style that... In both Maker 1 and 2, I think NSMB is kind of made to look uglier than it really is. But... I mean, people don't necessarily associate the NSMB era with visual appeal to begin with, but I think that's in some ways a bit unfortunate, because NSMBU is actually a very good looking game. More than people realize, I think. Yeah, so we just stay right on the end here, and we just kind of alternate. And, of course, we don't want to let everything scroll off screen at that point. I think that's getting off at some point. You love the new soup physics, and that's one of the reasons why Maker 2 doesn't appeal to you. Oh, you mean you love new soup physics in Maker 1? I don't know enough about Maker 1 to know about a lot of the changes, apart from the really obvious ones like spin pickups. We've kind of had to relearn a lot of Maker 1 mechanics as we've gone back to play a lot of Maker 1 in recent weeks. Sometimes learning some of them for the first time. Because when I originally played Maker 1, I was not really as experienced with content that was really kind of pushing the tech or pushing the player. What games in the past would I consider were way ahead of their time? That's a good question. The first one that comes to mind is actually Metroid Prime. Where Metroid Prime still feels like it's ahead of what a lot of people are doing. 1998 was just a big year for people in general. I find, you know, when... Like, 1998 has this reputation for being one of the best years in video games, and I think an underrated reason why is because it was actually a landmark in so many different genres at once that had nothing to do with each other. And so everybody kind of got a big treat, right? You know, the point-and-click adventure people got Grim Fandango. The RTS people got StarCraft. And, you know, 3D puzzle adventure people got Ocarina of Time, obviously. I'm actually not personally that crazy about Ocarina. Like, it's one of those games where I really strongly recognize and respect its importance as well as how many design decisions it got right on the first try, but I'm actually not terribly attached to the N64 era on a whole. Just subjectively, you know. But everybody kind of has their own personal history of games, I think, that is going to weigh things differently. And yeah, I mean, I personally enjoy Link to the Past more than I enjoy Ocarina of Time, for sure, and that is where a lot of the modern Zelda dungeon format comes into play, as well as where they start really kind of exploring things like verticality. And multi-floor interactions. Well, just having multiple floors in general. You think almost every Kaizo trick is harder in Maker 2. Yeah. One thing we noticed with some of the Maker 1 levels we've been playing was the P-switch change, though, where like, P-jumps go from being reasonable to being not reasonable, and then in Maker 2 they kind of switched them back to how they used to feel. But, you know, even within single profiles that we've been playing, we've played some levels that use P-jumps before and after the patch they just feel absolutely dreadful. Yeah, I do also love Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but that's partly because I'm a player who does not follow instructions and always wanted to do things in any order I wanted. And in some ways they were kind of like the dream game for someone who plays the way I do and always likes to push around a map to see what I'm allowed to do. In previous games we just run into invisible walls, and in the newest Zelda games we don't.